Morning, everybody. Before we commence with the hearing, we will open with a karakia, I believe. Someone here? David, you would provide us with a karakia? No. Trevor? Kia ora. We're here to have a hearing of submissions on a resource consent application by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Trust Board to establish and operate a community facility at 2 Okowai Road in Aotea, Porirua City. We have 3 days of scheduled hearings, although I don't believe we'll have 3 full days, but we'll see how it goes. Today we will be dedicated to hearing from the applicant, and the submitters will, those that are wishing to be heard will come tomorrow and Wednesday morning, and then we will hear from the council's response to matters arising, and then back to the applicant for a right of reply at the end sometime on Wednesday afternoon. I propose to start shortly with just turning to the reporting officer to see, following the circulation of evidence from the applicant, if there's been any change in views, opinions or corrections or amendments that should be tabled before the hearing. So everyone's aware of that. Before we do, just housekeeping. If there is an emergency, we go down the stairs, of course, and we go down to the right, to in front of Domino's, believe it or not, is our emergency gathering place. Was it sponsored by Domino's? So that's the story there. With cell phones, please have them on silent or off. It can be somewhat annoying. We will take some breaks during the day, but we'll just measure it as we see. So sometime around 10 o'clock or 10:30, we'll take the first break. I believe there is a room for submitters and others in the far end corridor there, and the panel will break here. So just to introduce the panel, we have to my left is Commissioner Harriet Fraser, and to my right, Commissioner Liz Burge. Very experienced people in the planning world. So we have a panel of brains here today. I might just turn firstly to the applicant to introduce his team of people, so we kind of can get to know your team. And then I'll look to the council officers too, just to introduce themselves to the hearing. So, Mr. Slyfield, would you like to?
Thank you. Good morning. So my name is Morgan Slyfield. I'm the legal counsel for the applicant, and sitting at the front with me at the moment is Mr. Hay, our planning witness, and Mr. Lawrence, who you're going to hear evidence from as the project representative. And then in the back row, we have Mr. Brown, traffic engineer, Mr. Taylor, an architect, Mr. Linney, lighting design, Ms. Smetham, landscape architect, and for the church there are a number of other people present, but you're not going to be hearing from them unless you have any questions that they're uniquely placed to answer.
Mr. Dutuan, would you like to introduce the officers who are here today?
Morning, Commissioner. Oh, sorry. My name is Stefan du Toit. I've acted as the reporting officer on this application from the first day of submission, and I've been assisted through the whole process by Mr. Dan Kello. He's an environmental planner. I've got to apologize. I think I might butcher some of the surnames that's going to follow. Mr. Domenico de Vincentis. He's my lighting expert. He's not present today, but he is available for any questions. Mrs. Karen Greeno, she's our in-house transport expert. Mr. Andrew Gray, he's our visual landscape expert, also internal. Mr. Chris McDonald from Mackinac, he's a associate director at the firm. And then Mr. Alistair O'Callaghan assisted from a Wellington Water perspective. And then I'm also got the assistance of Linda George from Democratic Services. Nothing has changed in terms of my recommendation after having a review of the applicant's evidence. I do have a set of updated recommended conditions. I'm not too sure whether or not you want me to circulate that today or whether or not we're going to be in a position to circulate that on Wednesday, because there might still be a couple of changes on the conditions.
And that's a good word. The system, we're being live streamed, and the system will only work if the mics are pressed on and off. So I'm terrible at doing that, so I'll be a bad example for everyone. So thank you.
I've generally accepted the amendments that Mr. Hayes made. The only thing that's a bit not complicated, but currently unresolved, is the fact that the two lighting experts aren't in agreement in terms of which particular lighting standard is in breach. So I think that's the only unknown in terms of the conditions for me at this point in time.
Do you have any other sort of response to evidence in terms of the consent status of the application and the consents that are currently required to build this facility?
No, I do not. In terms of the overall activity status, I would just like to highlight the fact that I think I didn't specifically step through that in my Section 42 report. And we recently obtained legal opinion. I'm going to just read this so that I don't get anything wrong, but the legal opinion stated that while Section 88A of the RMA states that the activity status of at the time of lodgement being a non-complying activity under the operative district plan shall continue to apply, because the rules that apply under the proposed district plan are more enabling, the application shall be processed as an application with the now more enabling PDP activity status, and therefore the application is for discretionary activity.
Okay, because that's an important point, as you will be aware, for our consideration is what activity status we are considering this under. So that's on the legal opinion that's been provided to the council?
On a separate application, but it had a similar nuance to it, where it was submitted prior to the notification of the PDP in December.
Okay, from my reading of Section 88A, from my understanding of Section 88A, it is sort of fairly clear that the activity status remains unchanged, even if the rules and things change during the processing of the thing. So I will be interested, and I think the whole panel will be interested in that, in what we and how we deal with that particular aspect of the application. So, okay, thank you for that. We won't go any further at that point in time. So, Mr. Slyfield, would you like to present the case for the application?
Yes, thank you. Now, I do have a very short opening submission, and many more copies than I needed, it seems, for the room. Thank you. So these legal submissions are made on behalf of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Trust Board. As you know, the church is applying for land use consent to establish and operate a community facility consisting of a temple building, an ancillary building, numerous accessory structures and car parking at 2 Okowai Road, Aotea. The church anticipates that the Wellington Temple will serve as a place of peace, revelation and spiritual guidance. It is expected to be a place where the families of church members can strengthen their relationships, find direction and be sealed together. The temple will become a landmark for the community, not just as a place of worship, but as a place of peace and reflection for all who visit. It will stand as both a symbol of faith and a welcoming space for people of all backgrounds. Despite opposition by some submitters, all of the experts you will hear from on behalf of the Church and on behalf of the Council unanimously support the application. Given this level of support and the considerable experience of the hearings panel, these submissions do not seek to provide an overview of the relevant legal framework or dwell on aspects of effects assessment that seem beyond contention. Rather, the focus here is on a limited number of questions which at this stage remain outstanding. The first is the one just discussed with Mr. Du Toit about the application of the operative and proposed plans. The second is about context. What is the right context for assessing the effects of the proposal in terms of the existing environment, the permitted baseline, and any consideration of alternatives? And thirdly, what are the lighting effects of the project and how should they be managed by conditions of consent? And that third question focuses exclusively on lighting. You won't hear me talk about the other adverse effects of the project because, frankly, our understanding is all matters on those other topics are resolved and not in contention, at least as far as the experts are concerned. So how the operative and proposed plan provisions apply. This subject matter arises purely because the application straddles the transition between the operative and proposed plans. It was first lodged in August 2023, when the only district plan rules with legal effect were the rules of the operative plan. Yet the application is now being decided at a time when all the relevant rules of the proposed plan are operative. This means there is no longer any need for a consent that authorises a contravention of the rules of the operative plan, because Section 86F of the RMA requires the rules of the operative plan to be treated as inoperative and supplanted by the rules of the proposed plan. However, this does not mean that the activity status of the proposal is set according to the rules of the proposed plan, under which the proposal would be a discretionary activity. Section 88A requires that the proposal be processed, considered and decided as a non-complying activity, as that was the activity status at the time the application was first lodged. Given the non-complying activity status and the bundling of all aspects of the project, the result is that every effect of the proposal is required to be considered and the most onerous standards for consentable activity are to be applied. It appears Mr. Du Toit, and I need to really correct this because he has now referred to legal advice and I had said he was unaware of the relevance of Section 88A. He has assessed whether the effects of the proposal will be more than minor and whether the proposal is contrary to the relevant objectives and policies. And in doing so, he has addressed both of the Section 104D gateways, even if he was unaware those gateways applied, or for that matter has different legal advice than the submission I'm advancing today. So if I can pause there, the way I see it, there probably is not a very difficult issue to resolve on this topic. I maintain that the activity is non-complying because I think Section 88A is very clear on its face that that is the position. And I think Mr. Du Toit himself has given you an assessment that supports the conclusions that you're required to reach in terms of the gateway tests. So I don't perceive that there is any evidential gap that you need to fill. And if you were in any doubt about this at the conclusion of the hearing about which activity status to apply, my submission is probably you can't be wrong if you apply the more onerous one, because in doing so you have, of course, crossed the necessary threshold for a discretionary activity. So that would be the conservative way to deal with it. Notably, Mr. Du Toit reaches a materially different view than Mr. Hay on only one topic, that is lighting, but as will be addressed below, the applicant considers that is due to some misunderstanding of the lighting proposal, which extends across the opinions expressed by Mr. Gray, Mr. De Vincentis and Mr. Du Toit. The applicant will await confirmation of Mr. Du Toit's updated position and return to these matters in its right of reply, if need be. So turning to the second topic, which is context, and starting with the existing environment. Although the site is zoned medium-density residential in the proposed plan, it is not set in an existing medium-density residential context. Along its western boundaries, that is northwest and southwest, it adjoins the Gear Homestead Reserve, which is in the Sport and Active Recreation Zone. To the northeast, across Whitford Brown Avenue, is a large motel complex, and to the southeast, across Okowai Road, is Aotea College. The context provided by the existing environment is therefore quite different than the site's medium-density residential zoning might suggest. As Mr. Hay will observe, the site is in fact detached from areas of residential housing and essentially on the fringe of the Aotea residential area. Ms. Smetham expresses a similar view, describing the location as being on the fringe of the residential suburb and in, quote, more of a transition zone. The wider urban context is also well recognised by Mr. MacDonald, who considers the site can be seen as part of a chain of institutional precincts and recreation or open spaces that line the eastern side of the Porirua harbour. As Ms. Smetham's, Mr. Hayes and Mr. MacDonald's evidence all disclose, this recognition of the existing context is an important consideration in the assessment of the proposal. Permitted baseline. Mr. Du Toit considers there is no permitted baseline relevant to the assessment, but his reasoning on that point is extremely brief and, in my submission, difficult to follow. He concludes there is no relevant baseline because the proposal involves a community facility, and such facilities are restricted discretionary activities. He seems to be saying that the fact a consent is needed is itself a reason to exclude any permitted baseline analysis. With respect, that misses the point of baseline analysis. If the activity were permitted, then no consent will be required at all. It is only when an activity is not permitted that the possibility of baseline analysis comes into play. So the mere fact that consent is required cannot be a rational basis for excluding a baseline assessment. By comparison, Mr. Hay considers that the proposed plan permits a wide range of activities on the site, and consideration of those matters can provide some useful guidance for the assessment. It is submitted that this difference of position between Mr. Hay and Mr. Du Toit is unlikely to make a determinative difference to the outcome of the assessment, as Mr. Hay does not in any event place heavy reliance on a baseline analysis. That said, it is submitted that Mr. Hay's approach provides a more realistic perspective for the consideration of some of the submissions in opposition. A permitted development of the site for 3 dwellings and their associated residential paraphernalia may not be similar in many respects to the applicant's proposal, yet that is a non-fanciful permitted scenario, and it reinforces that the realistic basis for assessing effects should not be to compare the project with no development on the site, as some submitters may have done. Mr. Hay elaborates on this in his evidence. Alternatives. Some submitters also seem to raise issues with the zoning of the site, the suggestion being the site should be zoned in favour of more public uses than the proposal, and this perhaps discloses that the proposal is perceived as a privatisation of the space. However, alternatives such as different zoning or some different land use are not an appropriate consideration for assessing a consent application. The land is privately owned and already zoned to enable a variety of suburban land uses. Any objection to that zoning should have been pursued in the recent district plan review. Furthermore, the temple grounds will generally be open to the public, and the development of a large area of carefully designed and well-tended landscaping around the temple and other structures will provide a significant public amenity. Some submitters are also opposed to the height of the temple spires and/or the religious symbolism of the building. Reactions to the appearance of the building will depend somewhat on individual aesthetic and cultural values. This is well recognised in Ms. Smetham's assessment, and she concludes that the characteristic symmetry, proportion and perspective of the buildings, with an emphasis on simplicity, elegance and functionality, will provide a positive contribution to the urban landscape. Further, she disagrees with submitters who are concerned by the height of the spires, and her assessment provides a more objective view, taking into account the variety of ways in which amenity for neighbours are managed, not just height, as well as the relevant zoning and physical context, which in her view mean the scale of the temple will be well absorbed. Mr. MacDonald expresses similar support for the spire height, which he considers to be a positive aspect of the design that could not be reduced unless the temple as a whole were shrunk in order to maintain proportionality. Relying on Ms. Smetham's and Mr. MacDonald's thorough assessments, the applicant will submit that there is ample support for consenting the project as designed without straying into any question of alternatives that submitters might prefer. Lighting. For the reasons already covered, the only rules that are now relevant for the purposes of assessing lighting effects are those in standards S1 to S6 of the proposed plan. There appear to be no issues to resolve in respect of standards S1 to S4. Everyone now agrees the proposal will comply in full with those standards. To be clear, I note Mr. Dutoy previously considered the proposal would breach S1, but with the benefit of Mr. De Vincentis's assessment, he has more recently confirmed the proposal will comply with S1. For the applicant, compliance against all the standards has been assessed by Mr. Linney. He concludes that the lighting design will comply with every aspect of standards S1 to S6, with only one exception. It will not comply with the sky glow standard, that is S5, during hours of darkness prior to 10 p.m. At all other times and in relation to all other standards, it will be fully compliant. Mr. Linney's assessment takes account of an important change that the church made to the application when it filed evidence on 1 November. The application originally sought to illuminate the exterior of the temple building throughout the night, in keeping with the church's preference for all its temples. Submissions and the officer's report subsequently revealed this night lighting was one of the more contentious aspects of the project. The church recognised that differences of view on this topic would be much more difficult to resolve now, relying on software to model lighting performance, than to resolve later, when both the temple building and the lighting system have been constructed and actual measurements and observations can be made. Accordingly, the church has elected to refine its application such that it no longer proposes to illuminate the temple building after 10 p.m. This refinement does not mean that the lighting system will be any different, merely that the lights to illuminate the facade of the building will be turned off after 10 p.m. The church may, at some later time, seek consent to illuminate the facade after 10 p.m, but if that occurs, no one need rely on theoretical modelling to understand what the effects of such lighting may be. Actual measurements of the lighting and observations of the lighting during hours of darkness can be made. Confusingly, Messrs Gray, De Vincentis and Du Toit all seem to think the proposal will comply with the sky glow standard, S5, and not comply with the facade illumination standard, S6, whereas Mr Linney says it is the other way around. The proposal will comply with the facade illumination standard, S6, but not the sky glow standard, S5. The position as regards S6 should be relatively easily resolved, as all the experts are agreed the outcome should be compliance, and the applicant supports a condition to that effect, in the terms recommended by Mr Hay. That leaves no disagreement. Further, the lighting system is fully dimmable, which guarantees the applicant's ability to comply. The position as regards S5, that's the sky glow standard, is more unusual because none of the council experts have addressed the effects of the non-compliance, having proceeded on what we say is a misunderstanding that the proposal complies with S5. Conversely, Mr Linney has both quantified and assessed the non-compliance. Ms Smitham has added her own assessment of the non-compliance, relying on Mr Linney's evidence, and Mr Hay has included in his recommended conditions wording to ensure it is clear that the consent specifically authorises the non-compliance and sets a threshold, an upward light ratio of 18%, that the applicant cannot exceed. It is important to bear in mind that the facade illumination standard S6 and the sky glow standard S5 are concerned with different aspects of the effects of lighting. The facade illumination standard controls the amount of light that is shone onto a facade, i.e., the light that a viewer perceives on the exterior stone surface of the building. The sky glow standard controls the amount of light that misses the facade and projects into the airspace around and, to a degree, beyond the building. An upward light ratio of 18% means that 82% of the light that is directed upwards will fall on the building, which Mr Linney says has taken considerable effort to achieve. It is equally important to understand that the 18% that does not shine on the building will only be noticeable if it lights up something else. As Mr Linney says, there are no taller buildings around or above the site, and the effect of the upward light would only be noticeable in certain high moisture atmospheric conditions, resulting at most in a sort of halo in the air close to the building. Even in those circumstances, the brighter component of the light for a viewer would be the light illuminating the facade itself, which is an effect the district plan permits. The applicant will rely on Mr Linney's assessment and the associated assessments of Ms Smetham and Mr Hay in their respective fields to submit that the effects of the non-compliance with S5 are no more than minor and consistent with all relevant objectives and policies of the proposed plan. For completeness, there are two additional matters to record in respect of lighting. Firstly, Mr De Vincentis and Mr Du Toit have proposed a condition that would require facade illumination to be dimmed lower than the permitted standard, that is 10 candelas per square metre, if the luminance level is not visually acceptable. It is not clear who would assess acceptability, nor what level of luminance might be satisfactory, which renders the proposed condition uncertain and unworkable. Further, the premise of the condition is misguided, as the permitted activity standard ought to be treated as the level of illumination that the district plan deems to be satisfactory and acceptable. Secondly, Mr Gray, at the time of writing his evidence, proposed a condition that attempts to dictate the outcome of a possible future consent application, and I've recreated his wording in the footnote, but I won't take you to that. It is submitted that any condition of that sort would be invalid, as any future application must be assessed on its merits. In conclusion, there are no issues on which the experts materially disagree other than lighting, and that disagreement seems to be the result of some misunderstanding rather than a true disagreement. The applicant will submit that once the lighting matters are properly understood, as per Mr. Linney's, Ms. Smetham's and Mr. Hayes' evidence, that leaves no significant matters of disagreement to resolve. All the experts agree the application is suitable for a grant of consent, and the applicant submits this should be on the basis of the conditions recommended by its experts and collated in Mr. Hayes' evidence. The applicant relies on the evidence of Mr. Wareham on acoustics and Mr. Stevenson on civil engineering as filed, as well as the visual simulations prepared by Mr. Blair as filed, and I've listed at the end of the submissions the experts who the applicant will call. There's one other matter I just wish to touch on in case I left it unclear in terms of my discussion on the proposed and operative plan, which is to say the lens that I am applying when I address those matters is what are the rules that apply, rules being the only provisions within plans that have the force of regulation. There is a separate matter, which is what are the objectives and policies that apply. And I think it's probably fair to say, given where we've got to with the proposed plan, the objectives and policies of the proposed plan would take precedence over the objectives and policies of the operative plan. But you're not left without an assessment against both sets. Mr. Hay has assessed the proposal against both sets in terms of his objectives and policies analysis and has concluded that it's consistent with both sets. So I just wanted to make sure it was clear that that discussion I provided you was really focused on rules, not objectives and policies. Now, I'm very happy to answer any questions that arise out of that or any other matters that are appropriate for me to answer at this juncture.
Thank you, Mr. Slyfield. Just a question around the consents. So there is no dispute, as I understand it, around what consents are now, today, required?
Yes.
In terms of what's operative, what's not operative, what legal effect. So there's full agreement on the consents that are required as of today.
I believe so.
Right. Good. It's just the question of the application of Section 88A, capital A.
Exactly.
Okay, so we have a different bundle of consents, but the activity status from when it was lodged remains intact, which seems an odd bit of law to me. It always has done, but we are where we are, and we have to assess it according to that.
And I concur with the oddity observation, sir. It seems odd to me as well, given as Mr. Du Toit's legal advice, which we haven't seen for the record, says, well, you know, the rules that are now deemed operative or are in fact operative say it's a discretionary activity. So it makes relatively little sense that it's still treated as a non-complying activity, but I say that 88A is sufficiently clear on its face that you really can't, there's no wiggle room out of that. But at the end of the day, I don't think that's much of a conundrum.
No, I agree with you. I mean, obviously Section 88A was brought in to protect applicants when the rules got harsher.
Yes.
But the reverse of that wasn't really contemplated by lawmakers, apparently. But thank you for that. Questions from the panel?
Just on that, you said that the objectives and policies of the proposed district plan take precedence. So I just want you to talk me through that, just knowing the discussion that we've just had regarding the rules, and we're still dealing with a gateway test, so we've got two sets of objectives and policies.
Yes.
But you say the proposed district plan takes precedence.
Yes. So I think for a long time it's been well established that in terms of the policy framework in a planning document, as you go through a transition from one plan to the next, the further through that period you get, and the newer the direction those policies take, the more weight should be given to the more recent set. Now, I've not undertaken to analyse whether the direction is much new, but one assumes it's somewhat new at least, and we've got to that point where decisions on the objectives and policies have been made. There are few, if any, relevant appeals left unresolved, as I understand it, and Mr. Dutoy may have a better understanding of that. So from my perspective, it really is the objectives and policies of the proposed plan that set the policy guardrails that's more relevant to the application.
Thank you.
I've just got a couple of questions. One is with regard to as we move through your team, is the order going to be as you've listed in paragraph 42?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And then, and with regard to which condition set we should be looking at, is that, well, I'm speculating that it might be the 1st of November set with the track changes?
Yes, that is the most up-to-date set that Mr. Hay has provided, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slyfield. That's all from the panel for you.
Thank you. In that case, I'll call the first witness, who is Mr. Lawrence, sitting to my right, and he has an executive summary of his evidence. You've got a copy of his evidence, but his summary is very brief, and I'll ask him to present that.
Thank you.
We can get copies of this summary produced so that no one needs to take notes, if that will assist. We don't have copies to hand, unfortunately.
That's all right. Yep, we'll take good notes in the meantime. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
Good morning, Morena. My name is Oscar Lawrence. I am a project manager for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, overseeing the design, construction, and quality of temples in the Pacific area, including the Wellington Temple. I summarise the key matters covered in my evidence as follows. The church has owned the Porirua site since 1985. The decision to construct a temple in the Wellington region was made in 2022. And initial scoping work confirmed the suitability of the site. The church maintains a series of templates for the design of various sizes of temple. Local membership information was used to determine that for this site, the smallest of the templates would be appropriate. Preliminary design was then undertaken by a specialist temple architect in Chicago to produce a massing model and renderings for internal approval before moving on to the detailed design. At an early stage, the church also commenced consultation with Ngāti Toa Rangatira, with whom the church has had a long association. They have assisted us with motif designs to be used throughout the building, based on the Kawakawa plat, as well as providing input to the landscape design. In addition, we have had very constructive consultation throughout this process with council officers, including those responsible for the Gear Homestead Reserve and with the Aotea College Board of Trustees and Principal. These efforts have ensured a collaborative approach to the design and implementation of the project. Temples differ from regular church meeting houses. They are the most sacred places of worship for Latter-day Saints, used for performing sacred ordinances and ceremonies. In keeping with this, the church strives to design and finish all temple buildings and grounds to the highest standards humanly possible. Although entrance to the temple building itself will be restricted to members of the church, the distinctive classical architecture and beautiful grounds are expected to enhance the local area and provide a place of peace and reflection for all. The temple is unlike a cathedral. It does not have a single large internal space, but rather includes many smaller rooms which serve separate functions. The temple will be open from Tuesday to Saturday and visits will be managed by a booking system, which will ensure reverence and order is maintained. And in reality, the full occupancy will seldom be achieved. I estimate the temple could be occupied by about 54 to 60 patrons and 16 to 24 volunteers at any one time. Those are realistic estimates and are based on information from Hamilton Temple and another overseas temple of a similar size to the project. It is the church's preference to illuminate temples during hours of darkness, but this consent process has revealed how difficult it can be to assess in advance some of the potential effects of lighting. The church has therefore decided not to seek consent for illumination of the temple building after 10 p.m. as part of the current application. The church may seek a further consent for overnight lighting of the temple at a later time. The contractor selected for this project has extensive experience in building temples. Their project manager and site supervisors are local Kiwis with a strong understanding of site management. I am confident that any potential impacts or disruptions to neighbouring properties will be carefully managed and minimised. A code of conduct is included in the site induction to ensure respect for the surrounding community and for the building.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. And can you answer any questions that the commissioners have for you?
I've just got a few questions, and I'm not sure. The first one, I'm not sure whether it's will be for you or Mr. Hay, but it was just confirming the hours of operation, proposed hours of operation, because I can see through various bits of the documentation that sometimes for the Tuesday to Friday it seems to be 6 a.m. start and sometimes 8 a.m. So I was just wanting to.
Okay, so hours of operation of the temple. From Tuesday to Thursday, there are 2 shifts. The first shift starts at 9 a.m. and will continue to 1 p.m. The second shift starts at 5 p.m. and will finish at 9 p.m. And that's Tuesday to Thursday.
Okay, thank you. And again, you may not be it may be Mr. Hay or someone else that this applies to, but in terms of the patron accommodation in the ancillary building, am I correct that there are six rooms with up to 4 people being able to accommodate it in each room? Is that the intention?
Okay, correct. That's the right
okay,
number.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in terms of if you have an open house for people to be able to, for the public to be able to come and visit the temple before it's consecrated, and maybe it seems that Hamilton, maybe you had a 4-week open house, and I'm just wondering, and it seemed like maybe quite a lot of people visited the temple during that time. Was that managed through booking? Was that controlled in some way? How would that occur?
Yes. Correct. It's about a 4-week period for the open house. There is an online booking system to ensure that the numbers that of people that attend the open house, to ensure it's manageable. And obviously that information is issued to the public just before the open house.
And the intention would be for that to be controlled to within the general limits for the temple, or otherwise, if it wasn't, you would be applying for consent for that purpose?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in a similar vein, I know it's not included in the application, but just in terms of understanding, with the Christmas lights at Hamilton. One, I'd like to understand what that actually involves, that what's lit and what have you. And I will be asking other people around what might trigger the resource consent for that. But if you could just explain to me what happens in Hamilton, that would be great.
Okay. It is unlikely that we will have Christmas lights in the Wellington Temple. And, within my evidence, there's only, out of the 189 temples that are currently in full operation, only 11 have approval for Christmas lights. I checked this with our TFM team, and they said it's very highly unlikely. But
Okay.
in Hamilton, because it is quite a larger area where the temple sits, they do decorate trees, bushes around the temple, but also extend it into the Legacy Park. And now the focus now is a lot of those visiting the temple lights actually Miranda through the park more than the temple itself.
Yeah.
But it takes about 2 months to prepare. I think I'm not sure how much detail you'd like to know, but 2 months to prepare. It's been a tradition for many years in Hamilton, and it's just something for the community and for the members to be a part of. They also have choirs that sing Christmas carols, and it's more of a family event.
And doesn't involve any change to the lighting of the temple, of the building itself,
No.
just to the trees and...
Just to the
Yeah.
surrounding trees and
Okay.
landscape. Correct.
Lovely, thank you very much.
No worries.
That's all.
Thank you. So when you were just talking about the hours of operation, you just talked about Tuesday to Thursday. You didn't talk about Friday and Saturday. So I just wondered if you could clarify that.
So on the Friday, there will be 3 shifts. The first shift starts at 8:30, finishes at 12 p.m. The second shift starts at 1 p.m. and will finish at 4:30 p.m. And the final shift will start at 5:30 p.m. and finish at 9 p.m. On Saturday, there will be just two shifts. The first shift will start at 7 a.m., finish at 10:30 a.m., and the second shift will start at 11:30 and finish at 3 p.m.
Thank you. I'd acknowledge the consultation that you've had with Ngāti Toa pre-application, and also the cultural impact assessment that's been supplied with your application. One thing I noticed that they requested a timatanga ceremony before work began on the site, and I just wondered, that seems to hasn't travelled through the process, and I just wondered how that was secured, or how that was likely to be secured in terms of your program.
Is it similar to a blessing on the site, which is kind of, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Once we receive a resource consent, many things it's going to set in motion a lot of actions. We have a open house committee, a groundbreaking committee, and once again, they'll do preparations for the groundbreaking. Dates are kind of in the air. We're not too sure how the program's going to play out. Once we have the consents, then we'll have a better indication and can set some dates. But we'll definitely work with Ngāti Toa, and having the site blessed is an important part of the groundbreaking ceremony.
In some other situations, developments, that sort of thing, where Ngāti Toa has requested this through their cultural impact assessment, the applicant has, shown some commitment to that process. It may be through a consent condition to enable that to happen. So I just wondered if perhaps you could give some more thought to that, about how that might be secured through this process.
Okay.
Yeah. Just had one other question too. It's when I think of the lighting of the temple, I think of the whole temple being lit. But just through the documentation, we talk about a facade, we talk about facades, and then we talk about the building. So I just want clarity. And when I think of facade, sometimes I think of just the front face of the building. So I just want for, on the record, if you like, is it the entire building right up to the tip that will have some sort of lighting?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so all four sides.
All four sides.
And yeah, thank you.
Just a couple of questions from me. You talked about the kawakawa motif as part of the design. How will that motif be expressed in the building or on the building? Is it sort of fairly subtle references, or is it less than subtle?
Not so subtle. We'll have art glass in the windows, so like LED lighting. The kawakawa leaf will be prominent in the windows, and also the motif, so it will be recognisable.
Okay.
On the stone facade at high level around the parapets, we also have the kawakawa leaf carved into the stone as well. So it's quite a dominant motif in the building.
Okay. You described the sort of the use of the building, and it's useful to know that when you look at it, you sort of imagine, you base it on churches and cathedrals, that it will be a fairly hollow sort of apse, is that the right word? But it's not going to be like that. It will be a building full of rooms and things like that, large rooms. You talk about ordnance sessions. What are ordnance sessions exactly?
Yes. Okay. Sacred ordinances are, I guess you can say, they're sacred ceremonies. They're performed within the laws of God and overseen by the authority of the priesthood. I guess one common ordinance, that we perform within the church is baptism, and that's an ordinance. And so within the temple, there are a number of ordinances that take place. We spoke about it previously. We have the sealing of families, where they are married not just for time but for the eternity. Mm-hmm. There are ordinances where we make covenants with our Heavenly Father, that we will strive to be better people, we'll strive to keep the commandments, that we will be faithful to our spouses, and in return, we're promised blessings that we can return and live with our Heavenly Father, but also find true meaning within this life and true happiness.
So ordinance is a sort of general term to cover all of those and more.
Yes, yes, correct.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Just a final question. You say there will be no cafeteria on the site,
Yes.
at all, but there will be people staying, and there will be groups of people during the day and things like that. How is the food side of things going to be managed?
In many cases, families, individuals will actually probably travel down to Porirua and purchase food, which is similar to what happens in Hamilton.
Right.
If some families spend the day on the temple, they might take a picnic. But yeah, that's generally how it operates.
Right. No kitchens at all?
Well, the kitchen in the patron area, that's kind of reserved for those that are on site. So the apartments that are on site. And it can be used if, what do we call it? We call it, in Hamilton, we have a space that's similar. And for those families that have travelled long distance, like possibly from Levin or from Hastings, there's an opportunity for them to just use the kitchen, use the refrigerator, maybe cook a meal if they want to.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I did just have a couple more, sorry. Just in terms of read that you're proposing some sort of retail shop. I don't know if we're going to call it a shop, but I want you to explain what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's called a distribution centre, and it's an opportunity for those members of the church who are visiting to purchase anything from scripture mastery cards, scriptures, artwork, church artwork, temple clothing. Items that are specific to members of the church, and manuals as well for teaching.
Okay, so it's specific to the church.
It is.
Yeah. And I just had one other question. We were talking about numbers of people earlier, and you talked about patrons and volunteers, and those numbers are quite consistent as well through the documents. But there's also a discussion of 208 people. So is that a combination of all those people, or is that the absolute maximum that you would ever expect to see, or how does the 208? It's not explained how that number comes up. If it's for somebody else, I'm happy to wait.
Design capacity for building consent type.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, it's a design capacity for building consent.
Okay. Yeah. So that would be rated to like fire rating and things like that.
Yeah.
More.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's for both the temple and the ancillary building, I'm assuming?
For the temple.
Just for the temple?
Yes.
Okay. That's not a likely scenario?
No.
So I was just thinking what my question was going to be. And that's not likely for the ancillary building either. So the figures of the patrons and the volunteers is really what you envisage happening.
Correct. And like I stated in my evidence, we're very rarely going to achieve those numbers.
Yeah.
In many cases. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there are any more questions from the panel. Thank you, Mr. Slifield. Thank you. Mr. Lawrence?
Thank you. The next witness for the church is Mr. Taylor, who I'll ask to join us at the table.
Welcome.
I can do that.
So Mr. Taylor also has a short executive summary of his evidence to present, and you should have copies being
Thank you.
distributed now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
No problem. Good morning, everyone. This is working. My name is Jacob Taylor. I'm a senior architect and associate director at PA Architects, which is an architectural firm based in Brisbane, Australia. I have over 18 years' experience in architecture. Our involvement in the project began in August 2022 when PA Architects was engaged by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Trust Board to provide architectural services for the Wellington Temple project. The design process for the temple is divided into two phases. Phase 1, which was completed by others and explained by Mr. Lawrence, and Phase 2, where PA Architects' scope began. PA Architects' role involves progressing the design through various stages, including resource consent, design development, building consent, and construction administration, at each stage ensuring alignment with the Phase 1 approved designs, which we received. The architectural design and functionality with respect to this project, the proposed Wellington Temple will serve as a significant architectural and spiritual landmark, as already explained. It's blending of neoclassical elements with local cultural motifs. The facade will feature carved stone elements and stained glass inspired by the local flora, representing the merging of faith and local tradition. The temple's design aims to enhance the local environment, incorporating landscape gardens and public spaces that promote social cohesion. The temple building itself will include spaces for worship and religious functions such as baptistry, sealing rooms for wedding ceremonies, a celestial room, which is a room for meditation and prayer, and other instruction rooms. It will also feature administration offices, storage areas, and dressing rooms. An ancillary building will provide accommodation for temple staff and visitors, including long and short-term apartments. And the distribution centre is for religious materials. There is also a youth centre and various support facilities such as a laundry and maintenance areas. Regarding landscaping and site features, which will be covered in more depth by Ms Smetham, the site will include high-quality landscape gardens, paths, plazas and seating areas, as well as a perimeter fence for security and decorative purposes. The main car park will feature standard stalls, bus bays, and a drop-off area will accommodate visitors. Additional site features include a screened enclosure for plant equipment, waste management facilities, and fire services. In conclusion, the Wellington Temple project is a highly significant cultural and architectural development in the region. The design combines spiritual, cultural, and functional needs and creates a space that will serve both the local Latter-day Saint community and the broader public.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I have a couple of questions. One, the design of the temple building itself. We did hear it is a kind of a template from a number of different temple templates. How much of it is actually going to be bespoke in terms of this particular proposal? How much sort of specific design is there going into it?
Yeah. So we're, I guess just to firstly just clearly state our involvement in the process, as was mentioned earlier, there's two phases that occur with the design of temple buildings. So the first phase results in an output, a deliverable, which is a series of rendered images, both of the external of the building and some of the more important spaces of the internal of the building. Our involvement in that stage was we weren't involved. That was done by a third-party architect from overseas. But just to address your question, so that first phase begins with those standard template floor plans that you referred to. Mm-hmm. Obviously, throughout the world, there's various jurisdictions, various building codes that need to be met, fire codes, disability access, all those sorts of things, which results in the plan needing to change to accommodate those as needed. The main spaces in the building remain generally as per the standard template layout, unless the local code results in a more significant change to the layout being required. In terms of aesthetic, both the internal and external of the building are addressed with local aesthetics in mind. In terms of making the building marry into local architectural technique and style, and also taking into account any sort of community aspects that need to be addressed. In this case, as has been mentioned, there's been significant involvement with the local iwi and taking on board their feedback. But there's also a wider consideration during that phase one process, taking into account just general cultural considerations for the design of the building. The church always want to make sure that it's a unifying space. It's not going to feel isolating or being specific to one group over another. They certainly want it to be a space that all feel welcome. So internally, that results in patterned paintwork, in artwork, in furniture, in the selection of materials and finishes that all seek to sort of address those desires. And similarly, externally, the carved stonework, the selection of materials, the native plants, etc., are all done with that goal in mind.
Thank you. And in terms of the ancillary building as well, is that based on a standard design for those kind of buildings, or is that being designed from anything?
Yeah, so that's also based on a standard design. There's various sizes of ancillary buildings depending on what size of temple they're due to service and what the perceived demand will be from the local membership. Sort of what I guess you could say the catchment area, depending on what it's expected in terms of the volume of membership that will need to travel and therefore may need to have accommodation in order to attend the temple. So in this case, it's the smallest of the ancillary building sizes that has been proposed.
Okay. Thank you. Just a final question about the use of the granite. That you've given an illustration in your statement of evidence. Mm-hmm. What happens to the granite over time as cladding? Does it weather and does it change at all, or is it fairly standard?
No, so there's been a significant amount of research and consideration taken into account with the selection of the granite. Obviously, it's a considerable investment for the church, and the church is well versed in building these buildings throughout the world, and so they're well aware of the sorts of things that can come up depending on the location that's being proposed. So the selection of this granite, obviously, there's an aesthetic consideration in terms of the colour of it and those types of things. But in terms of the performance of it over time, there's been a full suite of tests that have been done in terms of salt attack, in terms of accelerated weathering, other more engineering-based tests to ensure that the facade will operate as expected in more extreme events, including seismic events. And all of those tests are what's led us to the selection of this particular stone. In terms of the look of it over time, as you may be aware, with the church's other buildings, there's a full suite of maintenance considerations that are taken into account. The church cleans the facade, so what you see day one is hopefully what you will see year 50, and there's actually demonstrated precedent with the church's other buildings throughout the world. I happen to be from Brisbane. The Brisbane Temple's been there since around the year 2000, and the stone on that building, for example, is still as per what it was built, and that would be the intent here as well.
Right. Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, but it'd be a different stone in Brisbane.
Correct.
Yeah, so you haven't got a long enough example for this stone in New Zealand, I'm assuming.
No,
how it might weather over time.
The precedent for this particular stone in New Zealand I expect is limited. But that's the reason the suite of tests have been engaged to. So there's accelerated ageing tests and various other engineering tests that have been done in order to quantitatively assess to ensure that it's going to perform as desired.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I heard you say too, it becomes a maintenance programmed
Of course, yeah.
action.
Yeah.
Is the ancillary building clad in the same as the temple?
No. It will be a more simplistic facade. It's a rendered proprietary James Hardie system that's being proposed. So it's not a stone-clad building.
But it would be the same colour as the...
It's complementary.
So I don't see it in the renders, it looks the same, so I just wondered how different it was going to look.
No, it's intended to be very complementary. Obviously, the temple is the feature architectural building on the site, so it's not intended to compete with the temple per se, but it's absolutely meant to be a complementary colour. It will be a render and painted building,
Yeah.
so a more simplistic facade, whereas the temple will be an exposed feature stonework.
Okay. That's all I had, thank you.
Thank you.
No more questions. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for that. Mr. Slyfield.
Thank you. That brings us to Mr. Brown, the next witness for the applicant. I'll ask him to join us at the table.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
We'll just pause a moment, Mr. Brown.
Certainly. Just while that's circulating, I was asked to try and keep this to one page, but sadly I wasn't able to do so. Small point, narrow margins.
Right, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. My name is Philip Robert Brown. My qualifications and experience are set out in my statement of evidence. This includes considerable experience assessing the full range of facilities in the church's hierarchy of buildings, including its existing temple in Hamilton and the new temple in Manukau. And I might add that this experience goes back to before the 1990s. The key traffic-related details: the context of the area. The local area is dominated by the sloping downhill levels of Okowai Road to the north, the relationship of the slope to plateau of the site, the presence of the bus stop and the parking on each side of Okowai Road, and the locations of the access to the Gear Homestead and Aotea College. All of these aspects have been considered in detail in my assessment, with this including detailed traffic surveys on several occasions, observations I have made at the start and end of the school day, and during the evening commuter period. From this work, I have not identified any issues that cannot be addressed by the design. In terms of access, the proposed location and design of the access from the road to the car park is the result of detailed work and consultation with council staff. And I would add there's probably 3 separate lots of consultation in that regard. The location and design takes account of the need to safely provide for passing pedestrians, cyclists and motorists, including those moving to and from the school and the Gear Homestead, in addition to providing safe access for those entering and leaving the site on foot and by vehicle, including buses and service trucks. I consider that the proposed design of the site's access is acceptable and that it will not generate effects that could be cause for concern from a traffic engineering perspective. Now, I'd like to go off script just for a moment, if I can. You would have examined the plans. There's a lot to consider. But I'd like to draw your attention to one small dimension. It's an angled dimension that goes from the centre of the driveway across the road to the Aotea College access. In fact, the rounded nose of an island and a manhole. That measurement is to a millimetre. And that's one of the reference dimensions that were used to pinpoint the location of the access to the temple. It is not a super sensitive position, but it's one that has been agreed, and it's been fixed in that manner and also with GPS coordinates. Parking. The car park design has been based around the location of the access and can provide sufficient parking for the anticipated demand and any unexpected short-term peaks. Its design is expected to be appropriate for the intended use, and it meets all relevant standards for accessible parking. I do not expect that parking will overflow to the street. Traffic generation. In estimating the traffic generation, I've assumed the maximum number of patrons that could be on site, and have assumed that all of the people use a small private vehicle. That is, the vehicle occupancy is quite a low number, the average one. This is highly conservative, as it does not include the likely benefits in the use of charter buses, higher capacity vehicles such as vans, walking, cycling, or the use of a local bus or train service. The vast majority of the generated traffic will turn right into and left out of the site, and these movements will occur at a low level through the course of the extended hours of the day and will not conflict with the movements to and from Aotea College or the Gear Homestead. And Mr. Chairman, just on that Gear Homestead, you would have noted the access close to the site is identified as an entry only, but there are some grassed areas around the access just in from the road where people could park. So I have assumed that some vehicles could actually exit at that point. That's been taken into my consideration.
Thank you.
The church has updated its estimates of the number of staff and volunteers that will be present on site, which is slightly higher than I reported in my initial traffic assessment. These differences are very small from a traffic engineering perspective, and I consider that they do not have a material effect on my analysis nor change my recommendations and conclusions. In terms of the impact on the surrounding area, I consider that the Okowai Road, Whitford Brown Ave intersection will continue to perform in much the same way as it presently does, and that the extent of queuing on each of the three legs of the intersection will not be materially affected. The statistical difference in the queuing on each of the three legs will not, in reality, be noticeable. Additional traffic surveying was done in response to submitted concerns about the intersection performance. This surveying was done over a 5-day period, that's Wednesday to Saturday inclusive, and on each day between the hours of 1400 to 2000 on each day. It therefore captured the intensive after-school activity, as well as the evening commuter peak period. This recent work has only confirmed my earlier assessment and the conclusions I reached. In terms of nighttime lighting, from the lighting details that have been provided in the evidence of Mr. Linney, I consider that the lighting of the site will not create a hazard for users of the local transport network, either locally or further afield. I rely on the evidence of Mr. Linney regarding compliance with this standard. In terms of conditions of consent, in reviewing the recommended conditions of consent, I note that there is reference for the need to have a construction management plan, that is condition 3.3, and that this is to include a construction traffic management plan, condition 3.4i. Section 6 also contains 2 conditions relating to access, manoeuvring and parking areas. And Mr. Chairman, to spare you the pain of finding that, it relates to draining, sealing, marking, and that sort of those matters. I fully support the need for these conditions and have noted that they do not capture the wording agreed with the Ministry of Education, which requires various details to be included in a construction management plan. Although Mr. Hay discusses this in more detail, I consider that this agreed wording, that is the Ministry's wording, should be included in the conditions of consent for completeness to ensure that the potential effects of the temple's construction on Aotea College have been appropriately mitigated. I'll just pause and expand on that a bit more. The conditions as worded will generically capture these ministries' matters. But by being quite specific about the need for them to be considered, it puts a focus on it and means that it's less likely to be missed. And it's for that reason that I support it being specifically mentioned. So in conclusion, I've concluded that the considerable investigative work and design work that has been done, together with the detailed reviews carried out by Council's transport officers, have resulted in a development that will have traffic effects that will be acceptable from a traffic engineering perspective. I note that the officer is supportive of the traffic aspects of the application, with no issues of any concern being highlighted. In fact, I consider that the total of 8 paragraphs contained in the section headed Transport Effects is testament to the detailed investigative and design work that has been done, as well as the consultation that has occurred with the Council before and after the application was lodged. For all of the reasons outlined above, I've concluded that there is no reason why the application cannot be granted from a traffic engineering perspective. Before I take questions, I'd like to expand on this consultation with the Council, if I may. When this job first came to me, the question that I was asked is, where does the access have to be? Often a site is designed internally and then the driveway is located on the road to fit with the design, subject to parameters. But here this was designed from what I call the outside in. The driveway was fixed and then the car park design was built around that design, that location. To confirm that location was okay, I met one of the senior council staff on site and we talked about all the parameters and it was agreed that that was acceptable. We then, I might have to have Mr. Hay just help me here, had a pre-app meeting and again it was raised and there were no issues. When the application was lodged, a very detailed section 92 came out and it was considered again along with a request for a lot of other information and that was provided. Then the officer's report came out and no matters were identified. In fact, it would be nice for other jobs to have only 8 paragraphs provided in terms of a traffic commentary. It's quite a rare thing. So a lot of work has gone into this, a lot of consideration, and that's why I am comfortable with the traffic matters of the application. Thank you.
Could you just, before I turn to the panel for questions, your experience, you referenced the existing temple in Hamilton and the new one being constructed in Manukau.
Yes.
Were you actually actively involved with the traffic, the design of driveways and parking and things for those temples too?
Absolutely. I was hands-on every aspect to do with the Manukau one.
Right.
That was incredibly challenging because it's less than 100 metres away from the motorway interchange.
Yeah.
And since then, the council AT has changed some of the features that were actually considered. There was a roundabout to allow people to turn at. Mm-hmm. That's now been signalised. The movements to and from the place were considered in detail. And as has been heard, the temple is a very structured place. It's not a casual arrival and departure place at all. That has a much more significant building associated with administration and educational purposes. And I believe it also has a stake centre. A stake is the second tier up in the church's hierarchy. So a small community church is called a meeting house. Then a number of meeting houses report to a stake. And then the stake goes to the temple. Is that correct, or have I missed a step somewhere? The temple's at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Yeah.
We understand.
Yeah, yes. The Hamilton one was built before I was born.
Yeah,
I'm not sure when.
I was going to ask you that.
I do, I look old, I know. A little before my time.
Yeah.
And I understand it was actually built by some of the church members from the States who actually handmade the bricks. Right. And my understanding is that there were some earthquake issues and some work was done on that. I was involved in looking at changes that were proposed there, but the temple had already been established. But all of the activities of the church were being considered in each case.
All right, thank you. Questions from the panel?
I do have quite a number of questions, as you can probably guess, but they're mainly just points of detail, and also because the submitters do have quite a lot of concerns with regard to traffic. So I'm going to go through from the beginning, as it were, through the documents. So in terms of the footpath along the Okowai Road frontage to the site, is that a footpath? We have been out there last week, to have a look. But is it a footpath or a shared path?
It's wide enough to be a shared path, but it's not marked as such.
Okay.
So I've got the measurement somewhere in my reporting.
Yes.
3 metres comes to mind.
2.6.
3.6, yeah. And that width is needed to provide for the volume of pedestrians and from the school at the end of the day. But as I've seen, and as I'm sure you know, a lot of the pedestrians from the school head down towards the Whitford Brown intersection through a path that comes out of the site diagonally, and it comes out to the north of the near side bus stop, close to the bus stop on, shall we say, our side of the road. So the pedestrian volumes past the access are not great.
And so your understanding is that cyclists could be present on that path?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if I might add, Mr. Chairman, that is one reason why a lot of work went into the design of the access. And in my report and in my evidence, I believe I've provided a cross-section.
Yeah.
Because in the discussions with council, they were very concerned about visibility in each direction for a vehicle leaving the property. There is, from memory, about a 1 metre difference in level between the plateau of the site and the level of the footpath. And within that, there is a very gentle transition at the top and bottom, and then the gradient of the ramp between. It's not a steep gradient, but the visibility in each direction will be preserved, despite there being a minor cut. If there is any embankment that needs to be cut back, it will be cut back to preserve the visibility in each direction. And as is good traffic engineering practice, you provide the landing, the transition, before the vehicle reaches the footpath. I know that's not possible in some steep areas, but it has been done. And this is why the access has been pushed into the site a little bit more, and the car park then picks it up from there. Yep.
Thank you. You also mentioned in that initial report that the council were considering installing speed management measures on Okowai Road. Are you aware of any at that time there was no certainty around that? Is that still the case?
Yeah, that was brought up at one of the on-site meetings that I had. It was something that was on the potentially to-do list, just as was the signalisation of the Whitford Brown intersection and the intersection down the road at Okowai. My understanding is all of that work has been put on hold because of budget cutbacks. But at no stage were there concerns about speed through there. And one of the key things we looked at in locating the driveway was the speed of traffic approaching from the right. So someone is leaving the property, looking to the right. It's very deceptive. There's a crest in the hill, in the road, and it drops down the other side. And the visibility sightline, you'd be aware of the requirements to measure the heights. That sightline actually passes over the surface of the road some distance. So it is much greater than it might seem. And that was all considered against the approaching speed of traffic.
There's obviously there are the bus stops, and there's some mention of school buses. Now, I haven't been out there at school drop off or pick up, but are there school buses that stack along Okowai Road along there?
I don't have the benefit of local knowledge because I'm from Auckland, But from the videos that we've done and talking to others who do know the area, I'm not aware of bus stack-ups, as you say. Directly opposite the location of the access, I recall no stopping markings to help manage the traffic for the left turn into the school. But in all the observations I've made in the video I've reviewed, I haven't seen that. The bus services, my recollection is it's the timetabled services that just stop at the stop and pick up whoever is there. And outside the school times, that demand is very, very low.
And then whether, I mean, again, there's some talk about very brief periods of parking along there. And certainly when we were out there, there were virtually no cars parked along the road. But at that school, I guess it's pickup time, that maybe there can be more out there. Do you think there's any need to protect the sight lines from the driveway for exiting vehicles due to parking, if there are spells of more intensive parking along?
The predominant movements are the right turn into the site and the left turn out of the site for people to travel down to Whitford Brown. If you're turning right in, you need to be able to see ahead over the crest of the hill. To turn left out, you also need to see in that distance, that direction. The most constrained one, given the question you've asked, is the left turn out, because it's from the side of the road, not close to the centre line. And in that location, it has the benefit of the gear homestead access, and there's no restrictions between them that we're expecting. The observations that I've made show a modest level of parking activity. It's very short, high turnover at the beginning of the day, which is kind of like a rolling demand, as some people arrive early and some people arrive a little bit later. Some arrive too late. At the end of the day, it's more like a surge thing where mum's picking up little Johnny and they're just waiting there, and they might be there 5, 10, 15 minutes early. But the bulk of that demand is on the school side. There is some on the other side of the road. But within a very short period of time, it's gone.
Yeah.
But I would like to put into perspective the traffic movements for this. And I was thinking last night, just the context of it. Where are my notes? If we were to consider the 54 people in a day, per hour in the day, that's equivalent to one vehicle on average every 4.5 minutes. Now, normally we wouldn't analyse that because it's within the margins of error. It's that noise, that variability that occurs day to day, hour to hour. But it has been analysed. And that's why I've said in my evidence in the reporting that the effect on the intersection is minimal. In fact, I described it as potentially academic if you were to look at the numbers. But what land uses could there be with that level of movement? And I had to go right down the scale. And I was thinking you could have a large retirement village, perhaps not at this site, so that could have more movements than this. And I landed on something that was close to a cemetery. I know it's a rather sad thought, but I'm trying to give some context to these traffic movements. They are very, very low. And as you've heard, the church structures these arrival movements, and I find that this is a very important consideration, because they don't want the car park to overflow. They don't want a situation where the parking demand is high and then a large coach turns up with people. And from my dealings with the church on other activities, I trust the system and I know it will work. A good example of how that parking and traffic can be managed is many years ago, I was heavily involved in sorting out the problems at North Harbour Stadium in Auckland. And in those early days, and forgive me, I don't know the title, but the spiritual leader of the church had come out from Salt Lake City. And the church had booked the stadium, and it was a very significant event for people. And it looked like the stadium would be overwhelmed with parking. And my instruction, representing the stadium rather than the church, was you need to bring people by bus. We got overwhelmed by buses. We tried to find parking for 80 buses when we could only provide parking for 60. But that was the response from the church. They listened to things and they didn't want things to go wrong. So this is why we have faith in, and I have faith in the design why bus facilities have been provided and why that booking system is going to work. Thank you.
And sort of on the basis of alternative uses, in your assessment at some point you refer to 45 houses and that number had come from elsewhere. And that's possibly a question for further through, but I am quite interested in not so much the permitted baseline, but a sort of non-fanciful medium density level of development. But you've obviously, you looked at 45 houses as...
It was a consideration of the alternative, but it wasn't analysed. That number would have come from Mr. Hay, so he'll have to expand on that.
That's good.
Yeah.
And then with regards to the construction traffic activity, I note that there's no estimate around that. There's obviously going to be materials moving on and off the site, and there's no at the moment the condition set doesn't provide for that being set out through conditions. So I'm wondering whether you have a view about whether scoping points could be added to the construction traffic management plan, which would identify the numbers and types of vehicles, routes where trucks will access a site, which presumably will be at the future access point, but there's nothing that ties that it. So and where construction staff might park. So all those matters that would normally be included, whether you would think that they might be provided for through additional scoping.
Right, there are a number of things on that. Firstly, the relationship of the road, which slopes down to Whitford Brown, and the plateau of the site limits where an access can go. And I expect that the access location that has been identified would be constructed at least in a temporary form for construction to occur, because it fits well with both. It's not perfect in terms of the relationship of the levels, but earthworks can fix that. The number of trucks in the delivery schedules and so on, this is a matter that comes up a lot. This cannot be defined until the contractor is known and the manner in which it's going to be built and when the materials are coming in. Are they coming in bulk and being stockpiled on the site? Are some of the components being made off-site and then transported in for ready assembly? It is possible to provide a framework for what this could consider, things like where are the staff going to park, what hours of operation and things like that. But what I consider is most important is that the conditions of consent specifically refer to this Ministry of Education wording, because it's all about the interaction of construction vehicles with the activity of the school. And I expect the focus would be on the end of the day. And it could be, I'm not saying it will be, but it could be that at that time there are no deliveries made between, say, 2:45 and 3:15. But that's something that would have to be worked through once the details are known. Now, some staff could come and go. It's a vehicle like any other vehicle, but you may not want a very large articulated truck, or in our language, semi-trailer, delivering product at that time. But by structuring things, once the contractor is known, that can then be done. In terms of staff parking, that would all be part of the management plan for the containment of risks, and I'd expect that would be occurring on-site. The site is large enough to accommodate them, and as the car park gets constructed, the workers might have to park in different locations. But often the construction traffic management plan is a staged document. As the construction program progresses, the traffic management plan changes.
And I note that the wording of the construction traffic management plan conditions is largely sort of directed at the college, but I am wondering whether there are whether there might be a need to broaden it to allow for general public. I mean, we've got the homestead and we've got the adrenaline. There are other activities along that side, and whether it isn't only the college that is potentially.
I agree entirely. The need to reference the ministry's wording is important because it puts a focus on that. But a construction traffic management plan is an all-encompassing document. So it would consider material being tracked onto the road from the wheels of the trucks and dust control. It would cover hours of operation, restrictions on hours if they were considered necessary, where stock is going to be stored on site, how it's going to be accessed. It might even get down to a level of how frequently fuel might be delivered for on-site machinery. But I don't see it solely looking at the school. I see it considering everything. And everything includes pedestrians and cyclists on both sides of the road, includes the movements to and from the Gia homestead. And you would have seen vehicles going in there. I've mentioned vehicles possibly going out, even though they're going the wrong way. And I saw this morning, as I did my Famil trip on the way here, a couple of people walking in there with their dogs. That will all be part of it.
Yep. And who would you expect to be preparing that document?
That would be prepared probably by the contractor with assistance of the church and the project managers involved in that. It would need to go to council for certification, and I doubt very much that the work could proceed until that certification has been provided. So what they're doing is having to plan ahead, and this is no different to any other project. Having to plan ahead, think what's the next stage in construction, and what do we need to do for that approval. It's not a consenting process, it's the management of the traffic. And it mentioned that the material being tracked onto the road. Maybe there's a need for other factors also that need to be considered. But it's an all-encompassing condition.
Yeah. I think I'm getting through the questions. You'll be pleased to know.
I tried to anticipate some in my in my comments along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they do go a little bit to and fro because of I've gone sort of document by document, but you've mentioned the videoing of the existing network, and in the further information response you provided a whole lot of SIDRA analysis for the intersection modelling, and I was just wondering whether the modelling of the existing situation, was that calibrated in terms of cues, was that calibrated against either videos or your own observations, or?
It was both.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So you're confident that the existing modelled performance is similar to the on-the-ground performance?
Absolutely. And as a result of the submissions, rather than doing a couple of days of surveying, we did, 4 or 5 days more surveying. We weren't taking these submissions for granted, we were taking them seriously. And for the benefit of the other commissioners, the SIDRA file that was referred to as the technical data file that's used for the analysis. And it's not that often that it is requested by council and being examined. Normally there's a degree of professional trust that it's been done properly. But on this occasion, the council requested it, and they went through it in detail to make sure that they were happy with it. And nothing came back, which was pleasing.
Just bear with me for a minute.
I might add that the subsequent observations that we did as a result of the submissions, we were looking at queue lengths. How long was the queue when each vehicle arrived? That was the precision that we were looking at, just to see whether we'd missed something. What it did show was there's variability. There's variability every single day. And I might add that the volumes that we're talking about sit within that variability.
Okay, I think I've just got a couple more points, which is that at the moment the draft condition for the CTMP 3.6a says all safety measures and interventions. So the CTMP shall be implemented and maintained through the construction period and will include all safety measures and interventions. I just wondered whether you could just explain what you anticipate.
Well, the safety measures are obviously relating to visibility. Within the site, it would be requiring people to reverse into their car parking space so someone doesn't get hit when they reverse out. That's quite common practice, particularly at quarries. Interventions might be temporary no stopping. There may be the need for a temporary speed limit on the road. There may be at the end of the school day the need for a person in a high-vis jacket to be at the access where the driveway is to make sure that there is no conflict that occurs. But this can only be determined once the contractor has been appointed and the details are known. So if there are no deliveries between 2:45 and 3:30, there may not be the need, say, for a person out at that footpath. But I think that wording is very broad, and it's also very detailed to capture everything. Yeah.
So yeah, it's sort of covering some on-site traffic safety and also sort of temporary traffic management.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. It's an all-encompassing thing, the construction traffic management plan. It's within the site and on the road. And on the road can go out some distance. But beyond the immediate vicinity of the site on Okowai Road, I can't see any restrictions being needed. Down at the State Highway intersection, definitely not.
Yeah.
Not even at the Whitford Brown intersection. Yeah.
And finally, in the draft conditions, that there's point 6 is the transport. There's a couple of points there, and I'm just seeking clarification that because they mentioned sort of being constructed in accordance with the application drawings and then also with some of the council requirements. And I'm just wanting to be sure that there's no conflict between, that actually both can be achieved, that there isn't when it comes to checking plans, that for some reason there's an incompatibility. Yeah.
So the first part, in accordance with plans, that's very important. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, when you look at the drawings, there's that angled dimension that sets out the centre of the new driveway in relation to the nose of an island and a manhole for the college. So that fixes that driveway, and it doesn't allow it to drift because the contractor wants it to be 10 metres further down the road.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons that's in there. The other one, in accordance with council standards, I think it was the engineering design standards, and I contacted Karen Greeno, the council's traffic reviewer, and asked her, hey, I can't find this document in the standards, and she sent it to me, and it was the general section of the district plan. The parking spaces shall be appropriately sized. They will be sealed. The area will be drained. It's that type of thing. Now, the design of the car park has gone one step further. From memory, the design standards of the parking spaces are legacy dimensions, and what we've done is to take it to current design standards. Commissioner Fraser may be aware there's a new review being done of AS 2890. It's still in draft. That might result in larger parking spaces. If it's considered at detailed design that has to change, then it will be looked at. But it's still only up for consultation. But for the record, I think the space is about 5 metres deep, 2.6 metres wide, with about a 7-metre manoeuvring area. If you're looking at the car park design, some of the noses of the islands have more rounding on the corners than others. That's to provide for the largest coach to get around. Yeah.
So you're comfortable with the wording of that draft condition 6.1?
Absolutely. Yeah. But it's Church's standard practice on any job that once the detailed design gets done, it gets passed back to those that help to get it to that point for checking. And if refinements are made, that internal design process picks up some tweaks to make sure that there are no problems.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My questions are probably likely to be far more basic.
Every question's important.
Just a couple. I just wondered, I've heard through this morning and read that the grounds are likely to be open to general people to stroll around. Was that ever factored into your assessment?
It was considered, but I was advised that use would be so low level that it's of no real significance. It's not like the Botanic Gardens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And just a real resource management question.
I'll do my best.
You talk about, the whole traffic thing as being acceptable. So what I want to understand is, how does that translate into resource management language?
Okay. About 10 years ago, I was before Judge Smith in Auckland, and he instructed everyone that people who are not planners should not use wording like less than minor. And we all had to scramble and change the wording less than minor. There was a senior lawyer from Russell McVeigh who produced a paper on this, and it was so advanced that it confused the hell out of me, and I just asked a QC that I was working with at the time. And as a result, all the reports that my company produces, and I know a number of others now, say it's acceptable from a traffic point of view, and the decision on whether it's less than minor is made by the decision makers and the planners. They obviously don't trust us. But if I had the choice, and if you were to ask me, I would say the effects are less than minor. But I'm stepping outside what Judge Smith of the Environment Court advised me.
Thank you. Just a clarification on the bicycle parking. Understand that you've provided for 6 parks. Is that
I
right?
can't remember the number, but I know there's bicycle parking facilities there.
Yeah.
And as part of the detailed design, all of that gets reviewed. If there's an opportunity to provide more, if there's considered to be a need for more, then they will be provided. But
It's not something that requires a massive amount of area that you need
No.
to know now. So
No,
it's something
and
that's flexible.
you're right. And there could be opportunities off the side of a path for something to be put in. But I think we need to stay focused on the fact of what this catchment is. Yes, it's for the local area, but it's for the whole of the South Island up to south of Taupo, is it? Whanganui. You're not going to be riding a bike here from Oamaru. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just one final question around occupancy. Given your experience with other temples and other church facilities, what is the sort of general level of occupancy of cars that come to it relative to other activities?
We've done a lot of surveying. It was done in the 90s and repeated in the 2000s. The average vehicle occupancy to shall we say, a Sunday-type church service is around 2.3 people per vehicle, with about 10% being dropped off. I've worked on 2.1, which means 9 vehicles have 2 people, one vehicle has 3, and that's on average across everything. Now, as we've heard earlier, there could be a very significant event for a family, and we could easily expect 8, 9, 10. There could be a minibus with 20 people in it. There could be a coach with 40 people in it. Those have a dramatic effect on the vehicle occupancy. But what I've assumed is that 2.1 across every vehicle and every person. So it is a conservative assumption. Having anything less than that is, I don't believe, going to be happening. Even the volunteers, there's evidence that shows that you would be aware of that talks about it's often couples who are providing time, volunteer time. There's immediately 2 in the vehicle. There might be another person joining. There's 2.1.
Right. So an occupancy of 2.1 may overestimate the amount of vehicle generation.
Yep.
Parking.
Everything about this assessment that I've done has layer after layer of conservatism attached to it. If it's not the 54 to 60 people and it's 30 and there are a couple of buses, then the numbers are much lower.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions on the panel? No, I'm just keeping an eye on the time. I think we'll break now, Mr. Slyfield, for morning tea. What is it? 11:20. We're a little bit overdue, but I didn't want to cut Mr. Campbell, Mr. Brown off unduly.
Sorry, I'm known to talk, but
We'll break for half an hour and resume in 30 minutes' time. Okay.
Thank you.
get back to your seat.
Thank you. Just before I hand over to Mr. Linney, as Mr. Brown has completed giving his evidence, I'm going to ask whether the commissioners are comfortable with him being excused from attending the remainder of the hearing. He is available to stay until about mid-afternoon, and he has some other commitments also that he is eager to meet. So if the commissioners are comfortable with him not being present, he will leave the hearing early, but can also be contacted to provide any further input that might be needed. Thank you. I'm obliged. That brings us then to Mr. Linney, and you should have a brief statement from him that's an executive summary of his evidence.
Push that. Well, good afternoon. I think we've just gone midday. My name is Andrew Linney, and the following's a executive summary of the evidence presented by myself. My background is in a Masters of Building Science and 17 years in the field of electrical engineering and lighting design. Specifically, it regards the external lighting design for the proposed development at 2 Okowai Road, Aotea, against the requirements of light within the Porirua district plan. NDY, the firm that I work for, have carried out an external lighting design for the proposed development as part of our broader engagement with the church as their building services engineer consultant. The design comprises functional lighting for car parks and pathways, as well as aesthetic lighting for illuminating the temple building itself, and just to the earlier points, that includes all 4 facades and the spires as well. The aesthetic lighting for the illumination of the temple building will be turned off at 10 p.m. S1 within the PDP covers the general standards that we're obliged to design in accordance with. Specifically, the standard called up in the PDP is NZS 4282/2019, which is the control of the obtrusive effects of exterior lighting. And where the requirements of the district plan are more onerous than the standard, then the PDP would take precedence. Lighting calculations must be for the fittings at the time of their initial installation. They cannot account for decline in output over time. And in all respects, the design complies with the requirements of S1. S2 relates to light spill, and specifically boundary spill light must be limited to 10 lux between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. and 2 lux between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. at the site's boundary. The levels calculated are compliant with S2. In addition, I carried out a walk around of the neighbourhood to measure existing, just for some context, the existing boundary levels both at the temple site and other sites in the vicinity, and they were generally between 2 and 4 lux. S3 glare. The luminous intensity shall not exceed 10,000 candelas between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. and 1,000 candelas between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And again, the design is compliant in all directions with S3, both pre-curfew and post-curfew, with the lighting turned off at 10 p.m. S4, effects on road users. This is related to traffic going past the site. A luminance threshold increment of 15% must not be exceeded in either traffic lane in the roadage in front of the site, in either direction, based on an adaptation luminance of a driver and, of 1 candela per metre squared. Again, the design is compliant with S4 of the PDP. S5 sky glow. The upward light ratio, which within the PDP is defined as the percentage of generated lumens at each luminaire, which go above the horizontal plane, must not exceed 2%. The design is not compliant with S5 pre-curfew between 7am and 10pm as the facade is uplit. The design is compliant with S5 post-curfew between 10pm and 7am as the remaining luminaires for the functional illumination, that is to the car parks and the pathways around the site, are exclusively downlight types, meaning that they direct all their luminous flux below the horizontal plane. The system upward light ratio of the proposed lighting system design pre-curfew is 18%. 82% of the generated lumens, therefore, are being directed above the horizontal plane are, in fact, incident on the temple facade itself, and that one of the four sides or the spires. The uplight is intended to promote the visual amenity of the temple structure during hours of darkness. It would not be feasible to downlight the temple facade in a manner which complies with the 2% URR limitation. And I can speak in more detail to that after this if we like. Illumination is inversely proportional to the square of the distance. So as such, the observable impact to passers-by at ground level should be minimal, particularly as there are no surfaces, i.e. taller buildings, for the upward light to fall incident upon. It is my experience that sky glow would only be noticeable in certain atmospheric conditions, e.g. with low cloud, causing a halo effect of sorts in the immediate vicinity. Lastly, S6, externally illuminated surfaces. This part of the PDP sets a limit on the luminance of an externally lit facade to 10 candelas per metre squared, and that is irrespective of the time of day. It doesn't matter whether it's pre or post-curfew. My evidence relies upon surface reflectance information supplied by Mr. Blair of 0.33. That's for the granite on the facade of the temple building. Based upon this value and using the formula for calculation of average facade luminance in accordance with NZS 4282, the facade luminance is 4.1 candelas per metre squared, and the design is therefore compliant with S6. One supplementary note related to evidence supplied by the council. The evidence notes that all external luminaires are dark sky compliant, and the installation shall therefore comply with Light S5. This statement is correct for functional lighting for the car parks and pathways on site, and correct for the installation as a whole post-curfew between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. when the uplighting to the temple facade is turned off. As noted in my evidence, however, the temple facade lighting is not compliant with Light S5 due to being uplit, although measures have been taken to ensure that the design limits the non-compliance to the extent possible, whilst achieving the desired level of amenity and aesthetic value. And this has been achieved through the careful selection of fittings, their optics, the beam selections, field angles, and the orientation of the luminaires on the poles on site. Happy to take any and all questions.
Just a couple. The upward light ratio, because I'm just getting familiar with the whole light. I'm used to noise and other sort of, and traffic to an extent, but the lighting standards, are they quite new to district plans? Have you struck many district plans that have these lighting standards?
So my limited experience with the district plans is they're all now starting, this is in Auckland as well as Wellington, right. They're all now starting to place some sort of limit on uplighting percentages. Right. It's been NZTA have obviously done a wide-scale rollout of LED lighting through the country on main routes. And the big difference is when we went from the old sodium lamps that had very broad diffusers on them, there was a lot of spill light that went up into the atmosphere, creating a noticeable sky glow. And the advent of LED has enabled designers to essentially exclusively send that light down onto the road where it's actually needed. And I think society in general has gone, well, we like this. We don't really like just light pollution, if you will. And so we'll place limits in our district plans to ensure that designers are being responsible about the light fittings that they're selecting. My personal interpretation of the requirement in the PDP is that it's intended for functional aspects of lighting. So it's things like roadways and pathways where we want to provide exterior illumination, but we want to make sure we're doing it responsibly and not creating unnecessary light pollution into the environment. It doesn't relate well to architecture, statues, flagpoles, things that we want to light from the ground, because the moment that we turn on the light that's aimed upwards, 100% of that is going upwards and therefore doesn't comply with the requirements of the district plan.
And my simple way of imagining this, the upward lighting ratio, the 18%, is that because two spires are involved? Because I could imagine it's quite hard to light up a spire without a lot of spillage around it, as opposed to a plain facade of a building.
Correct. Most of the where there is some spill beyond the building is we've uplit the spires from poles in the landscape. So the fittings themselves are some distance away from the temple itself. And so one of the challenges is that we have a fairly slender object that is as many as 10 to 15 metres away from the light source itself. And so we've had to pay particular close attention to beam angles to make sure that we're selecting something that is appropriate for its spread at that distance, so that when it hits the facade, the amount that is outside the facade area, the outside the spire area, is as small as it could reasonably be.
Okay, so you could achieve a lower spill, if you like, if it was just the building, the main building itself, not
sans the spires.
Yeah, without
the lower part of the building obviously presents a much larger target for us.
Yeah.
And so we've been able to light those with broader beamed fittings in the landscape. And yes, so in simple terms, it's a much larger target, and therefore it's easier for us to put a larger percentage of the beam onto that directly. The facades, the spires are the chief challenge.
Okay, and as a planning question, the 2 lux sort of minimum, is that to allow for just general background lighting in a district plan where they have 2 lux?
The light spill.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the 2 lux light spill is a different issue, and funnily enough, the light spill from the site actually has very little to do with the lighting onto the facade. It's more to do with the light fittings being provided for just functional illumination of pathways and car parks, because they're near the boundaries of the site. So therefore, the lights that on the poles in those areas, expressly for the purposes of illuminating the car parks, they're very close to the boundary, and so the light spill is chiefly to do with those.
Yeah.
And we've managed to control that to within the limits expressed in the PDP by just careful positioning and orientation of those poles and selection of optics. One of the positives of the large scale rollout of exterior lighting for streets with the NZTA is that they got very good at controlling those LED beam optics, so the really great cut-off angles at the back of the pole. So you get all the light coming forward of the pole and very little going back. And so we're working with just well-selected lighting fittings, we've managed to comply with that light spill. So that's just that's illumination. That's light being thrown across the boundary into the neighbouring properties.
And you're saying there's an existing light intensity of 2 to 4, did you say?
Yes. So
Right now, as of tonight.
correct. So
Yeah.
I took a calibrated light meter, walked around. Obviously, our site is not currently producing any light. So I was looking at the contribution of existing gear homesteads, driveway lighting, the road lighting along the street into our property. And generally it was between 2 and 4 lux. So compliant, marginally non-compliant. One thing that's important to appreciate as well is that the human eye will not perceive the difference between 2 lux and 4 lux. It's so low that it's almost irrelevant, the difference between sort of 2 and 4.
Okay. Another question. No, I think you've answered that. Any questions for Mr. Linney?
Sure, thank you. So they might not be in a logical order, so I apologise
That's all right.
now. But
Well,
so, when do the lights go on?
when do the lights, when are they turned on?
Yeah.
Well, generally just during hours of darkness. So we've got them on what we call photocell control, so a daylight sensor.
Yeah.
That'll be calibrated to a nominal amount of light, and then once the light falls below that, they can turn on automatically. That's useful for areas like car parks and pathways where we want to ensure that we don't have that a period of time at dusk where the lights aren't on yet and it's there's not enough illumination in the car park. We also have an overarching lighting control system that has time clock control built into it as well. So we can do a combination of ambient light level available to determine when we turn things on, or the church can say exactly, well, we want things on between specific hours. So obviously the 10 p.m. curfew, it can be programmed to turn off everything precisely at 10 p.m. The benefit of a sensor is simply that as we go through the seasons, we don't have to go in and manually adjust things. It will just naturally turn on as the seasons change.
Yeah, so they're not going to be on during the day. They're going to be on.
No.
Once it gets to a particular darkness point.
Correct. Yeah.
So I just wanted to talk about the halo effect.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done any assessment as into how often that may or may not occur, if whether there's a particular weather pattern in Porirua that is more conducive to a halo effect?
The short answer is no. We haven't looked at prevailing weather conditions in Porirua. I think the thing to appreciate is on a night, the daylight such as today, a clear day, the effect of uplight would be minimal, because we don't see illumination. We see reflected light. That's how we perceive our environment, and without misty conditions or low cloud, there's really nothing for that light to fall on for us to perceive it. And so it will every time we double the distance, it will drop off by it'll be a quarter of every time we double the distance, and so very quickly the effect will be imperceptible. We did some nominal, and it was sort of outside the requirements of the PDP, so we didn't put a huge amount of effort into it, but we did do some basic checking of illumination levels in a plane at 50 and 100 metres above the site, just to see the amount of light that's reaching these points. So within 100 metres, the levels are sort of at or well below the 2 lux at which you're looking at around the boundary levels. and obviously it would depend on the type of cloud and its reflectance and how much water vapours and the things that all affect its reflectance. But even then, the luminance, and using the same formula that we use for the luminance of the facade that we're washing lights on, it was still a fraction, 1/10 of the brightness of the temple itself when illuminated. But in answer to your original question, no, we haven't looked at prevailing, how often it might be foggy in Porirua. I think that is probably difficult data, if it exists, to get hold of.
And you haven't had that particular experience on another job that you've done, of having to assess that?
No. I think for Wellingtonians, I guess the one that stands out is the stadium in Wellington. Mm-hmm. You've got the very tall light towers. That produces a very observable sky glow effect, particularly when it's raining.
Yeah.
So that's the sort of effect I'm speaking to.
Okay. So you're talking about the different light temperature colours.
Sure.
And the applicant has asked for a 4,000 K. I'm not sure what the K stands for, but which sits sort of between the warm yellows and the cold blues.
Yes.
So I just wondered if you could just talk about how the yellows and the blues interact in the environment. I mean, not together, obviously, but just separately, and why the 4,000.
Sure. The most important factor to work there, and I think it's in our luminous schedule in my evidence here, we've recommended to the church deviating from their design guide and going with 3,000 K. That's warm white, that's yellow, and I think more in keeping with the desired colour temperature in things like the renders and the environment.
Yeah.
In terms of, I guess, the anthropomorphic effect of 3,000 K on humans, we're generally at night time we're more sensitive to movement under warmer colour temperature. That for a long time, that's why we had very yellow street lighting for a long time. But manufacturers have become very good at controlling the light spectrum of LEDs.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that answers your question specifically, but it will be a warm white, and there's nothing in the PDP that specifically speaks to colour temperature.
No.
I know that the NZTA use 4,000 K for a lot of their roadway lighting, and a lot of suburban areas tend to go with, in private developments, tend to go with warmer colour temperatures, just because it creates a warmer, cosier nighttime feeling. I think that subjective sort of assessment of colour temperature.
Yeah. But there's nothing. That's the difference, is like the warmness, shall we say, of the light, rather than the extent or brightness of the light.
Correct. Yes. The colour temperature and its luminance or its brightness are two mutually exclusive items. So you can have a very high brightness 3,000 K or a very high brightness 4,000 K. Being 3,000 K doesn't inherently make it less bright. We do that by controlling the output of the light.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, in this particular instance, it was 3,000 K was seen in my subjective assessment as a lighting designer as more appropriate, based on the briefing renders and things that we'd seen that had a very warm appearance.
Yes.
That was more appropriate in this instance.
Yeah. Thank you. Just in your appendix, you have, and not sure if I have the full thing because some of my printing looks like it's cut off, but you've assessed the nighttime illumination and you have a plan. What's that?
You're in Appendix A?
Yeah,
Yep.
well, I'm not sure which appendix this is because it's been cut off, but it's a calculation layout and maybe threshold positions. It's a map showing.
Oh, yes, okay. Yep, that's an output from our calculation software.
Okay, because I'm not sure if my map's been cut off either, but I just
There is
wanted
a format.
I just wanted to understand when I'm looking at the temple and you've got there's blue triangles and then you've got blue lines crossing the temple. So I just wanted to
Sure.
understand, are they the positions of the lights or?
Yeah, so what's appearing as those blue triangles is the positions of the lights on the poles in the landscape. The lines are the beam angles from those positions towards the temple itself.
So I'm just particularly interested in the spire ones. So the light that would travel past the spire, that's what's shown at the end of that blue line. Is that what I'm
So
seeing?
the fact that the line penetrates through the spire. No, that's unfortunately for me perhaps that's just the way that AGI presents the photometric web of the fitting. It cares not what I have put in front of it.
Okay.
It just presents the photometric web as for the full extent that it.
So what you're saying is that it stops.
It
once
stops
hits-
at the facade.
hit
Yes,
the facade.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So that works the same for the others that are hitting
Correct.
the
Correct.
building.
Yes. Yes,
And
indeed.
the ones that are lighting up the actual building, they're the ones right at the foot of the building?
Correct. So we have two or maybe three main ways of uplighting the temple facade. We have linear LED fittings at the base of what we would call the main axes of the facade, the longer lengths. They're called wall grazers, and so they're designed to sit at the base of the wall and shoot light up the face of the wall.
Yeah.
But that light, obviously, we've got a very tall building, and so the illumination from those declines as we get further from the light fitting, and so we weren't able to place additional lights on the facade. It was quite important architecturally that the lights themselves were not visible.
Yeah.
And the other downside was that if we did put lights on spires hanging off the facade, then they themselves would present a glare source to somebody walking around the temple looking up at it. So we had a few reasons why we've then used spots further afield on poles to shine lights up to the sort of upper reaches of those facades and then onto the spires as we go up. And we've got a variety of different spots with different angles, as obviously the size of the spire gets smaller and smaller and smaller as you get further up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so is it correct that there are two on the, should we call it the roof, in between the two spires?
Correct. There is a plant area along the centre of it, so it's not visible from below. They will sit on that roof portion, and they will provide additional illumination from the interior. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. And so one further question from me was, so obviously you're in a day of computers, so all of this is likely to be highly computerised.
Yes, indeed.
And so who has the ability to dim or increase light or change hours, or how does the management of that lighting system
Sure.
play out?
There is no what I call a front-end user interface for just Joe Bloggs public to come in and alter things. It would require an authorised member of the church to come inside a secure switchboard with a laptop, plug into that, and actually alter the settings of those fittings. So they'll be commissioned by the contractor during the tail end of the construction phase, and then it will come under the care of the church. But it would need to be an authorised person who could actually change those things, and they'd have to do it deliberately. It won't be accessible to anybody who just happens to be inside the temple, for example.
Yeah, and I'm assuming it would require some level of experience or expertise to...
Yes, well,
to do it.
there's a range of, we in the interest of keeping it market competitive, we don't tend to nominate a particular brand of lighting controller. There is a range within the church's design guides. It's a little American-centric, but there is a range of manufacturers, and yes, there will be a level of familiarity that the church has with those nominated brands already, which will be why they're in their design guides. And I imagine a level of training that will be provided to the local staff so that they are able to plug in and make alterations should they so choose.
Thank you, it's helpful.
Cool, no worries.
Okay, so I've just got a few questions.
Yes.
And yeah, the one about the control of the dimming, that's been answered, thank you. So you've forecast, if I've got this right, that an average surface luminance of 4.1.
Correct.
And is that controlled by compliance with other features, e.g. like the sky glow? No, so yeah, is it controlled by meeting other standards or?
So the luminance of the facade is proportional to two main factors. It's proportional to the amount of illuminance, which is the amount of light that from all sources that reaches the facade, and it's also proportional to the reflectance of the stone. And then there's a basic formula that we input that data into to get that number out. We have control over the facade illuminance, so we can control the amount of light being thrown on to that facade. And so I guess we're at the same time we're trying to create a focal point, something that is noticeably brighter than, say, the car park adjacent or the pathways. And at the moment, that average value is around 40 lux. For comparative purposes, the recommendations for, say, a car park is around 7. So in broad terms, we're throwing much more light onto the facade than we are into the car park. But even at that relatively higher level, we've been able to conclude that, based on the reflectance values from Mr. Blair, that will be well within the 10 candela per metre squared limit. In fact, at that number, we could throw more than twice the amount of illumination onto that facade and still only come in at just over 8, which is still well less than 10.
Yeah, because at the moment the conditions, the draft conditions sort of would be suggesting that compliance with the 10. So in theory, it could be you could have quite a lot more luminance and meet that. Yeah. But you're comfortable with the 10. The 10 as a possibility, even though you're forecasting the.
Correct.
The 4.1.
Even if Mr. Blair had to make an educated guess based on what the reflectance of the stone would be, it's not data that's easily available from the suppliers and things. But even if he were radically out, or even if we were throwing much more light onto it, we're still well within 10 based on these calculations. The only area where the non-compliance with S5 and the compliance with S6 are linked is just the manner in which we're providing the light onto the facade. So the fact that we're providing it with uplight creates the non-compliance with S5. If we were, for example, if we had a much taller pole, a 50-metre tall pole, and we could put the spotlight on the top of that and shine it down, we could create the same illumination effect, same luminance, and then comply with S5. Look, obviously, 50-metre tall light poles are not practical. So
yeah. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And my interpretation of the standards is in the district plan is that there's no, with regard to the lighting, there's no control on the area that would be lit. It's just we're just looking at average fact. Well, with the luminance, it's the average over, so it's per metre squared, regardless of whether it's 100
Correct.
or 1,000 or.
Yes, correct. It talks an average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the reliance would be on the height and the bulk standards to control the area.
Yes.
And you're just looking
Yes,
at
we're simply providing illumination onto the target that we've been provided with.
Yes.
Essentially, yes.
Yeah. And then with regard to the draft conditions, there's I see the applicants struck out the 7.3, which is around, it sort of looks like it's there to try to confirm that the lighting is compliant with whatever's intended.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a view about whether it would be useful to have a condition requiring calibration of the lighting system to meet? I mean, how there's some certainty around.
Yes, I would be supportive. There is, and it's the way that my specification is currently written for the contractor to go through a comprehensive commissioning process, particularly because we are relying on, it is a dimmable system. We therefore require the lights to be set correctly at the dimmed levels. It is a adjustable system with fittings on gimbals on poles. We need those to be specifically mounted in the right spot and commissioned in the right direction. So yes, I would be supportive of a measure of commissioning of outputs and beam directions.
Thank you. That's all from me.
Just a couple more from me. You say in your statement, and it's taken me to the standard for S1, no depreciation should be taken into account for reduction in light levels over time. How
Correct.
much of an issue is that in terms of actually visibly noticing a change in the light levels over time?
Very little with LED. The rated light output of LEDs are generally expressed in tens of thousands of hours. Back in the good old days of sodium discharge lamps and halogens and things, you would be replacing those lights every 18 months. We're now talking characteristic replacements of between 20 and 50 years. So the light output degradation over time is almost a non-issue here. The benefit as well of it being a dimmable system is that our effective 100% output is a dimmed setting. So as the luminaires do decline in output over time, albeit very very slightly, as dust builds up on the fittings, for any number of reasons there could be a decline in output. It's very straightforward for the church to adjust the output of our dimmed fitting up ever so slightly to account for that degradation. That also coupled with the fact that the luminaire's rated life is for 100% output. So the LED output is very much, lifetime is very much related to thermal management and heat. And by running it at a reduced output, we're also extending the lifetime of the fitting as well. So in answer to your original question, the depreciation of light out over time will be virtually a non-issue here.
Okay.
It should look the same on day one as it does in 50 years' time.
The visual simulations that we've got in front of us, how confident are you that they are an accurate representation of what you would see, if when the church is built and the lights are on and things?
Right.
I'm particularly thinking of the way you said that you have to use certain ways of spotlighting the tower and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you fairly comfortable with the accuracy of these simulations?
Yeah, it's an interesting question to answer. So the realism of a render is outside my remit. I can say with surety that we're providing a specific quantity of light onto the facade. I can say with surety that we've limited luminous intensities and lux levels over the boundaries to specific levels. The renders that I've seen, I believe, are a reasonable representation of the final product with regards to things like what Mr. Blair has done is put a side-by-side of the Auckland example with his prepared render for this site. And that Auckland example was a similar lighting solution. It relies on linear fittings at the base of the facade. It relies on fittings on spotlights further away, and we see those sort of marginally brighter spots where the spots are shining onto the building. We see the negative sort of shadows and things. All of those characteristics are seen in the render as well. And so in that way, I think it's a fair representation. Whether it is how a subjective member of the public would perceive the brightness of the temple at night is impossible to say, because it depends on the person's age, their susceptibility to light, the time of day, their exposure level, a number of factors. But I believe it's a fair representation.
Your recommendations around the illuminance of the building, does it take into account the background that would be in place for this building? I mean, it would be against a dark background, a forest at night. It's not lit up as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
Does that take into account that contrast that you have or would have with a dark forested background?
Sure. The short answer is no. But that's simply because the luminance or numeric brightness of the facade is the same, irrespective of the brightness of the background.
That's what I was kind of leading to. Yeah.
Sure. The subjective assessment of a user, somebody, I say a user, it's a member of the public standing on the street looking at the temple with, say, the ambient light that is available in the area, sort of washing on the trees and things around the boundary, would serve to reduce the apparent brightness of our building in relation to the background as in terms of just raw contrast. But that isn't something that is specifically called up to be assessed in the PDP. What I could say is, having walked around the neighbourhood again with another calibrated light meter on another dark night, is walked around and measured the luminance of other buildings in the area, the college, the police college down the street, and yeah, the levels that I observed were, in terms of facade brightnesses, were all consistent with the numbers that I've got here, or even higher. So in the context of the environment, the 4.1 that we've, candelas per metre squared luminance that we've calculated for the brightness of this facade would make it comparable with or of less brightness to other things like the police college that have been deliberately lit.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Linney. Thank you for your
Very happy to help.
Mr. Snifield?
Thank you, Commissioners. The next witness is Ms. Smetham. I'm just mindful that we were due to break for lunch at 1, and I wonder whether you want to make a call about getting underway with her and potentially having her extend over the lunch break, or we're in your hands.
Difficult call because we're, 20 minutes before we're due to have a lunch
Yes.
break. How you feel in terms of hunger? I think we'll start. If it looks like we're going to have lots of questions, then we will break. I mean, it's never a good thing to do that to a person, but we'll make a start.
Thank you.
Because we did have a late morning tea, so.
Yes.
Welcome, Ms. Smithson.
Morgan's just taken.
My fingers to work. Right, thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My executive summary reads, just briefly, my evidence details my qualifications, expertise and assessment work that I have undertaken as a senior landscape architect at Rough Mill Mitchell Landscape Architects. And I've got over 27 years of experience, including 22 years in which I've specialised in landscape assessment work. And I have provided the expert analysis concerning the proposed Church of the Latter-day Saints development on a site in Porirua City, Wellington. My responsibilities included advising on landscape plans and conducting a landscape and visual assessment for the temple's resource consent application. This work involved site visits, responding to information requests, and preparing addendums related to environmental impacts. The project comprises the construction of a temple building, an ancillary building, supporting structures, and a car park across 1.356 hectares. The temple is designed to be a prominent feature with a height of 15.61 metres and twin towers reaching 35.61 metres. And I just note that any discrepancy in terms of height probably relates to existing and proposed ground levels. Landscape plans are included to maintain an aesthetic coherence with the natural surroundings and the historical context of the site. My analysis of the proposal's potential impacts on landscape and visual amenity uses a 7-point scale to communicate possible effects. And this relates to the landscape guidelines to Tangiata Manu. My assessment acknowledges that while the temple's elevation and scale may exhibit visual prominence, the context, including the local topography and vegetation, will mitigate these effects. Despite the proposal exceeding local height restrictions, the temple is deemed to fit within a context of development opportunities permitted under the existing zoning provisions, and key concerns from stakeholders regarding visual dominance, lighting impacts and loss of green space are addressed, suggesting overall visual and environmental integration. My evidence concludes that the proposed temple will likely generate between low to low moderate adverse effects on visual amenity, but overall very low to low degree of adverse effects on landscape values, largely due to the context, design aesthetic and its integration within the existing environment. The development aligns with the objectives and policies set forth in the Porirua District Plan, indicating that it should not be contrary to the anticipated character of the area. My assessment of effects on landscape value supports the notion that the temple can enhance the urban landscape while adhering to community standards for amenity and environmental stewardship. In summary, while visibility of the temple might elicit mixed public reactions, the comprehensive planning and design considerations affirm its appropriateness within the broader landscape context, aiming for a balance between architectural significance and community values. And I also would like to draw attention to the revised set of visual sims that were commissioned because, and you have a set in my graphic attachment that was to my evidence, and also a complete bundle of just the photo simulations separate to my graphic attachment. And these were prepared because the trees along Whitford Brown Avenue that are external to the site have since been removed after the application was lodged. And I can refer to my graphic attachment viewpoints 5 to 7, which particularly illustrate those. You'll see actually, I've just noticed that the front photo has included the trees, and subsequent to lodgement, the visual simulations have been revised from the viewpoints that where we've simulated the proposal. And viewpoint 5, I think, is on page 30?
37.
37? Beg your pardon?
37.
37. Oh, right. Okay, can I navigate to that? Oh, page numbers are actually. So it's viewpoint 5, which wasn't included in my original landscape assessment of the proposed application, but we've included this in because it does demonstrate where the trees have been removed along the road. And it takes you through to the daytime and nighttime visual simulations. I just quickly flick through these. And viewpoint 6 at the corner, and 7. I might just leave it on that one, actually. So I also review, as a result of the updated visual simulations, I've also reviewed my visual assessment conclusions. And I refer to paragraphs 51 in my 51 and 52, where I've explained a little bit more about the rationale for that. And also, some of these visual simulations actually incorporate the increase in residential development behind Aotea College as well, and also reflect some of the changes to the landscape plan which have come about over the course of detailed design. And the bundle prepared by Virtual View that was submitted post my graphic attachment to evidence actually captures the reinstatement of trees that we realised had been removed because a gas line was going to run up that slope. And my original visual assessment incorporated those trees, and then they were removed, and the visual simulations submitted as part of the Virtual View package have reinstated those. Now, you may notice a difference in some of the viewpoint 7 renders from the renders in my visual assessment package to today. The renders included 3 trees that partially obscured this facade. They're not overly apparent in this visual simulation because the trees are planted and modelled in at year 5, so they haven't quite reached their potential 20 metres. But if we're looking at the building and we know that the the midsection behind the tower is 15 or 16 metres in height, then you can imagine that the trees will achieve considerable height and screen some of that facade. So that's hopefully explains why there's some discrepancy in some of the visual simulations. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Turn on my mic. So is the intention for the trees to screen the bulk of the building? Is that the landscaping treatment?
Not at all.
No.
They're just there to visually soften, provide that treed setting, which is was there, but we've removed some of the big old pine trees that are probably a health and safety issue and possibly a fire issue as well. But they speak more to the actual setting that's created by the landscaping. So the existing setting and the proposed landscaping.
Okay, thank you. Quick questions?
So just because I noticed about the 3 trees, and I was interested in your visual simulations about what age is the vegetation. So you've clarified that and said it's 5 years. So hence we don't see the 3 trees, and the Riwa trees, I think.
That's correct.
Yeah. So
New Zealand honeysuckle.
yeah. So that they're going to take many years, aren't they, to reach their maturity? How long do you think that would take?
They are going to take a few years. And it's interesting when you jump on various websites, they all say something different. So 20 years at their maturity, which you would imagine probably 20 years old at least, 25, 30 years maybe. These are planted at a larger grade. They will be well maintained. They will be watered. So perhaps we could expect a faster growth rate than, say, another site where they were just planted and left.
But like you say, they're not there to visually obscure the temple
No, they're not.
anyway.
No,
Yeah.
that's not the intention of the landscaping at all.
Yeah. So you've answered quite a few. They've clarified quite a few of those questions between the 2 sets. So that's been really helpful. Thank you. How did you actually choose your viewpoints? What was your idea behind where you decided that this is where I'm going to take my assessment from?
Well, typically it would be familiarising myself with the location. I'm not from Wellington. I don't know it very well. And so it would be driving around, having a look, trying to capture viewpoints which show the site at its most obvious. So in reality, we can say, oh, they're representative viewpoints, but they're not really, because we're not showing any that viewpoints where you can't see the temple. So we're almost doing the worst case scenario, if you like, and trying to get, driving around, trying to get a clear view from a public place, because we can't really door knock and say, oh, can we come into your living room and see what your view is like from your living room window. So basically it's just a matter of driving around, familiarising yourself, driving to the high points, anywhere that might be a public walkway or observation point, which is why we would typically go to Baxter's Knob, and just trying to capture a diverse range of viewpoints, really.
And all from public viewing platforms.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless we're further down the process and a submitter would say, I want you to come and have a look from my house, then we would obviously try and capture that for them and assess that. But yeah, I mean, it's how long is a piece of string?
No, I
and-
know. I was just interested in how you went about it. Thank you.
Sometimes we do a zone of theoretical visibility mapping as well. So if the topography is quite complex, we might undertake that, but it's a very blunt tool to ascertain where in a landscape you might see something from, because it generally doesn't include any built form or trees, so it's just a scorched earth type of approach. And sometimes we use that. We didn't in this instance, though.
Thank you. I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Just 3 questions from me. With regard to the mix of native plants, what sort of proportion of the planting is native?
I don't know. I think a lot of the perimeter planting it contains quite a lot of native vegetation. I didn't do the planting plan; that was done by others. So I've just really based my or focused my attention on the boundary planting and identified what would be there in terms of what you would see then of the temple. So, and also commenting on the interface with the reserve boundary and whether I thought the plant species were appropriate. So I know that the church has quite high standards for planting around their temples, and I've been to Hamilton and looked around, so I'm satisfied that the planting is very well and thoughtfully chosen.
Thank you. And then I expect it's within the material you've provided, but the talk about the 1.8 metre fencing, and have I understood correct? That's largely visually permeable. I think I've read somewhere it was like pool type.
Yeah,
fencing.
it is.
And
yes.
then it has some masonry uprights or something like that. But generally, from Okowai Road, you'd be able to see through it into the site. Is
That's
that right?
correct. So the bottom part, if it's required, would be retaining walls, just because of the elevation of the site and that sort of interface. But other than that, yes, predominantly pool fencing style. Yeah.
And then, I'm just curious in the conditions why there's part of the planting plan includes like the cost of the plant. Why is the cost important in terms of it's in the landscaping condition 8.2? Yeah, 8.2C.
I'm not completely clear on why that would be included unless the church requires just a guideline for that. I mean, my thinking would be it's the grades of planting that will determine the plant purchase price, and I noticed that the grades are
They're provided
quite
for.
large. Yeah.
So if the grades are provided and the maintenance is provided for, then
That's correct.
okay.
Sorry, I can't help you.
Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you. I was interested in your use of a quote in regard to St. Gerard's Monastery. Why did you pick that quote? Where is it from? Is it from a real estate blurb or?
It does read
Jay
like...
Copeland, Tommy's Real Estate. So I was interested and intrigued.
I think I was just doing research online and trying to work out whether there were any other comparable large buildings that were lit in the Wellington district, and what people might have said about that. I think I did note that it was there was some article in an architecture magazine. I thought I'd referenced it actually.
Right. Is that, well, Architecture Now?
Architecture New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yes, where there's some information, but yes, that quote is from Tommy's Real Estate.
Right. Okay. And you reference an article in the by Anne McEwen as well. Do you think it would be useful for the panel to see that article? I'm just trying to. We're trying to get our heads around this issue of a landmark, the creation of a landmark.
Well, I think in paragraph 76, I just refer to the Architecture Now, and the quote is that the Hamilton Temple is a landmark both day and night, and in secular terms, the experience was akin to visiting a high-end mid-century hotel in which every detail had been carefully crafted and arranged. So that was a quote from Architecture New Zealand.
Okay. I think might be useful just to see that article and just in its broader context. Be useful.
By that.
In paragraph 107, you make the comment that the location of the temple well separated from residents at distances between 320 and 680 metres. So I'm just clarifying what you're saying there. So is that like the nearest residence or resident or a residence is in that distance? If you drew not quite a compass thing, but if you drew around it, would be the closest residence would be that, because they're very specific.
Well, it's not the closest resident to the temple, but the closest visual view to the temple from the viewpoints that I assessed.
Okay, so they're taken from the viewpoints that you've assessed.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm just looking at the map in terms of residents and things.
Yeah, there are closer residents, but they don't necessarily. They might be looking at Adrenaline Forest, say, or but they won't see into the site.
Or vice versa.
Yeah.
They'll see into the site, but not elsewhere.
Yeah.
Because we did struggle on our site visit last Tuesday to actually see, it's just the point you made earlier, to see the site from many, because the houses, block the view.
And the topography, and it's quite complex. And then you've got the elevation to take into consideration. A lot of places would be looking down on it or out across it, or it is quite a complex environment.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Any questions from the panel? No. Thank you, Ms. Smedley. That's good. Thank you. Yes, just after 1 o'clock, Mr. Slyfield, we'll take an adjournment for lunch and resume. What time were we scheduled to? 1:45. So we'll return at 1:45.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
church, who is Mr. Hay.
All right, Mr. Hay.
My name's David Hay. I've listed my experience and qualifications in paragraphs 2 to 6, and I've outlined my involvement to date in the project in paragraphs 8 to 12. I do note that I revisited the site again yesterday. Since preparing my evidence in chief, I have reviewed the officer's Section 42 addendum report and attachments. I am of the opinion that the reporting officer is incorrect that there is a non-compliance with the rule light S6. The reporting officer has not identified the non-compliance with rule light S5. The recommended conditions requiring compliance with rule light S6 was included in my recommended conditions, and therefore there is agreement between myself and the reporting planner that the rule light S6 should be complied with. I do not agree with the recommended condition 7.5. 2 is not if the achieved luminance level under condition 7.2 F2 is not considered visually acceptable, the facade lighting should be dimmed down until reaching a satisfactory luminance level. As the lighting will comply with rule light S6, then there is no basis for having such a review condition to set a lower limit. Furthermore, this condition is highly subjective, and it is unclear as to who makes the decision as to what is a satisfactory luminance level. And I'll address the other conditions shortly. So going back, 3 resource consents are required for the temple project. This hearing relates to the application for a land use consent district for the site development and activity, the land use consent for removal of 21 trees, and the regional consents have been granted. In paragraphs 23 to 29, I have outlined the reasons why consent is required. Overall, the status of the application is for a non-compliant activity under the operative plan and a discretionary activity under the proposed plan. In paragraphs 32 to 36, I provide a description of the existing environment. In paragraph 38, I give my opinion on the permitted baseline. I differ from the reporting plan as I consider there is a permitted baseline which can be taken into account when assessing the effects. In paragraphs 40 to 100, I provide an assessment of effects on the environment. I conclude that in my opinion the proposal will result in a number of positive effects, and overall any adverse effects arising will be minor at most, with these minor effects being the visual effects from certain viewpoints as identified in the evidence of Ms. Smitham. Based on the evidence of Mr. Linney and Ms. Smitham and the earlier ecological assessment by bioresearchers, I have come to the opinion that any adverse effects arising from the lighting non-compliance, and that's S5, the sky glow, will be minimal. I have assessed the proposal in terms of the Wellington Regional Policy Statement and the operative and proposed Porirua District Plans in paragraphs 101 to 130. In my opinion, the proposal is not contrary to the relevant objectives and policies of the Regional Policy Statement or of the operative and proposed district plans. The proposal directly gives effect to a number of objectives and policies through the provision of an activity which provides in part for the social and cultural well-being of a sector of the community. Turning to the Section 104D gateway tests, having undertaken an assessment of effects on the environment and an assessment of the proposal against the relevant regional and district objectives and policies, it is my opinion that 1, the adverse effects on the environment from the construction and operation of the temple development will be minor, and 2, the proposal is not contrary to the relevant objectives and policies of the regional policy statement or the operative and proposed district plans. Therefore, in this case, both gateway tests are passed. I have undertaken the assessment under section 104.1 in paragraphs 136 to 143. As part of this, I've considered the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, the MPS Indigenous Biodiversity, and the MPS Urban Development. In terms of section 104.1c, I've also considered the Porirua Growth Strategy 2053. I do not consider that recourse to Part 2 of the Act is required, particularly because the proposed plan has only very recently become operative. In paragraphs 146 to 182, I've addressed a number of points raised in submissions. I do not consider that the zoning of the site or its location close to a school makes the site inappropriate for the temple development. The temple site is accessible, which has a number of benefits. The temple will result in a number of economic benefits to Porirua, both during construction and when it is operational. The non-compliance with various development standards will not result in any significant effects. The potential for construction effects have been identified and addressed in a number of recommended consent conditions. In conclusion, I am in agreement with the reporting planner that consent should be granted with conditions. I have recommended in attachment A to my evidence in chief a range of minor changes to the recommended conditions in the original section 42A report. In particular, I consider the more refined lighting conditions are required so that the lighting has to comply with light S2, S3, S4 and S6, but provide for outdoor artificial lighting having an exceedance of the upward light ratio of 18%. And if I may, there's a couple of matters that came up today, which I would recommend are addressed in the conditions. So the first one was a condition, more formalising an invitation to Ngāti Toa to be participate in the initial groundbreaking blessing for the site. Now that's a condition we often add in. I hadn't added it in this case because as I found out through this process, the relationship is very strong, so I didn't think it was needed. But if the Commission is reminded that such a condition was appropriate, then it could read along the lines of Ngāti Toa Rangatira through Te Runanga o Toa Rangatira is to be invited to participate in the initial groundbreaking blessing for the site. The next condition I'd go to is 7.1. This is my 7.1. So we had recommended a condition demonstrating compliance. Now, first of all, within that, of course, reading it at the hearing, you immediately notice an error. So I think it should be conditions, I've said 7.2, and it should also be and 7.3. Now, often you would have a condition saying submit a plan for certification prior to construction. But in this case, we've done all the theoretical work extensively, and I see no purpose in that because it's all going to come down to when it's actually operating, and then we can do the actual measurements of the luminance coming off, is it meeting the 10 candelas, and then assess whether the 18% upward lighting is being complied with. So you've noticed I've said it's prior to the opening of the temple. So there is quite a gap between, and it's been many months in Auckland since the lighting has been turned on and when the official opening will occur. So there's plenty of time in there. The final matter was 8.2, the landscaping plans. Why are costings included? Which is a very good question. And we carried this over from the recommendations of council. It is a little bit unusual, and if the panel thinks it's not required, then it can be easy. 8.2C can be easily deleted. If there's any questions, that's the end of my summary.
I'll kickstart, but got a few. Why? And this is the same question I think that Commissioner Fraser raised. Why are you recommending deleting the 7.3? Is that because of your 7.1? Or the can at its discretion at the Cost Commissioner Specialist to prepare report. So that's like providing an independent kind of review, verification. That's the right word. Thank you.
If we submit the lighting plan after it's opened,
Yeah.
then council can employ an independent consultant, which I presume they'd have to do anyway. They're unlikely to have the in-house expertise to review it anyway. If a significant adverse effect arises afterwards, then I think the standard review condition, which we've recommended, is adequate to then undertake the review of the lighting and to address those specific effects.
Right, but you're recommending deleting specific reference to lighting in that review condition.
I am.
And I was going to ask you what is the harm of leaving that in, given the lighting is one of the key issues for this proposal?
I think it's a key issue. I don't think it's a key issue in terms of the significant adverse effects that may arise from it. And because this whole system's dimmable, it's something that can be easily rectified if there is a non-compliance. That might be different from, let's say, a significant traffic effect where you just can't dim down the number of cars coming out or going in.
Okay, thank you. Should we just focus on conditions first? I mean, it's a bit backwards, but there you go. There questions on conditions?
So that's helpful, the conditions that you've added. I guess I mentioned the Ngāti Toa condition because in the past things have begun without that process being enabled. So I totally acknowledge the relationship that you may have, and it's no disrespect to that. It's just that I do know in other situations that hasn't happened. So belts and braces sometimes is more helpful than what could occur later. So I appreciate you putting that in front of us. And I just noticed something that you said, that the lighting could be potentially on the building well in advance of the building being open. Is that what I heard you say?
That's occurred in Auckland, so
Yeah.
Auckland's illuminated now.
Yeah.
But the official opening is still a number of months away. Yeah.
Okay. So, and I just probably further to the review about the lighting. So you consider that the review clauses that are there, in your mind, are adequate to review anything regarding the lighting as they stand without this particular mention?
Yes, because as I said, it's a two-step process. Well, it's actually a three-step. So first of all, and I'll put this in simple terms, I presume they turn on the switch one night and the lights all go on. Now, Mr. Linney has explained that within their contract with the lighting experts, there's a period of time where they have to go out there, make sure everything's working and it's complying. So that's then done. I would then see that that report's then prepared and is submitted to council for certification, confirming compliance. Now, council has the opportunity then, if they do not agree, to not certify that lighting, then for that discussion to proceed. If it, and so on opening day, it should be complying with 7.2 and 7.3. If at some later date, some unforeseen significant adverse effect starts arising from that lighting, then I think the standard review condition is adequate, because it's an adverse effect arising where obviously the conditions aren't addressing it appropriately and it needs to be looked at.
Okay, thank you. And in the 7 section of lighting, you have picked up a couple of spelling mistakes and of Porirua, and for example, you spelt Porirua wrong. And in 7.1, I'm looking at your track changed copy, sorry. In 7.1, you've added in 7.3, which is something I made a note of, but also you, as it reads, it should be the consent holder shall submit a report from a suitably qualified consultant demonstrating compliance with. So you've just struck out with, but I think that should remain.
That makes more sense than my condition, thank you.
The other thing I just wondered, we've been talking a lot about the exterior of the temple, and in your condition 7.4, you've said excluding lighting required for safety and security reasons. Is that well understood, what safety and security reasons are?
So I started that condition without the words in the brackets.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, it could be interpreted wrong that it also covers the car parking and the footpaths, which is the other lighting. So I think it's well understood that it covers that, but if if we want to put wording around excluding lighting required for car parking and footpaths or similar, then we can do, but then we're going to have to add in
Everything else that
everything
could potentially,
else.
yeah. It was just a query where I was reading that. I just wondered if it was certain enough. But thank you. That's all I had.
I guess back on the lighting and the calibration of that is it would, so the lights will get set up according to the lighting design, and then they'll be switched on, and I'm just, it would seem, is whether there's the length of time that could then go, could vary for all sorts of reasons. Once, depending on if there was delays in finishing the internal, it's unknown what that time period would be, and whether there's the report that would be prepared might be, say, within 4 weeks of the lights going on. That there's a time frame, whatever is considered a reasonable time frame for the lights to have been on, for them to have been assessed, and then the report presented to. It's not going to be immediate. You're not going to turn the lights on and then be able to immediately, within days or a week or something, provide that report. But I'm wondering whether there is a reasonable time frame that could be the condition could be tied into.
Could I suggest some wording, but the actual timing we may come back, Mr. Slyfield may come back. So it could read, we would take out the wording prior to the opening of the temple, and we could replace it with within 6 weeks of the exterior temple lighting being commissioned, and then carry on, the consent holder shall submit.
That's helpful, thank you. And then just with regard to the discussion that I had with Mr. Brown with regard to the construction traffic management plan, whether you have any thoughts on that in terms of being clear that it's obviously there's an emphasis on Aotea College, but there's also other road users, and the inclusion of ensuring that the construction traffic management plan looks at the activity of the construction traffic. Yeah.
So if I can probably address that in three parts. So I've used the words particularly on the operation. So that means not just on the operation. So I think it covers everything. I think there was a question as do we scope out what's everything that's included. Consent conditions have various stakeholders who have to understand them. And one issue we're continually facing now is some consents are coming out with hundreds of conditions. And it makes it challenging for some stakeholders to get their heads around them all. We're also having an issue in Auckland where they're wanting to set out every single point that has to be addressed in a management plan, and then when a point's not addressed for whatever reason, what isn't addressed is addressed in the management plan but not in the bullet point. There's a bit of an issue there. Do you list everything, or do you just put your faith in the suitably qualified and experienced professional that they know what has to be covered in things like the construction traffic management plan? So my recommendation is always to veer on that side rather than scoping out every single point. Yeah.
Yeah, and I note that we haven't got the suitably qualified the SQEP in there, so that I think it's I hear what you're saying. It's just that the application itself doesn't give any indication. Sometimes applications give an indication of, albeit that it can't, in terms of construction traffic activity and timings and routes. I know that it's only when a contractor's in place that you really know for sure. But because the application doesn't speak to that at all. It's whether that the construction traffic management plan can help to deliver that information.
Yes, I think it can.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons I say that is because you do have an experienced applicant and you do have an experienced contractor. And as Mr. Brown pointed out, they're just finishing off Auckland Temple, which is a very challenging roading environment, to say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Going back up, you heard my question of Mr. Slyfield. Is there total agreement now between yourself and Mr. Dutoit in terms of what consents are now required for this proposal? Is there full agreement on the suite of consents that are required?
On the consents, we have a difference of an opinion in terms of what that consents to cover with the lights, and also how you interpret the rules. We come to the same conclusion, but slightly different ways on how you interpret the rules under MSZ, which I've outlined in condition 28, and it's how you interpret those rules in the medium density residential zone. So paragraph 28 of my evidence. And there's also a difference of opinion in terms of signage. I only count one sign on the site. I think Mr. Dutoit may be interpreting the engraving in the rock in the stone facade above the entranceway as a sign, but when you go back to the definition of the proposed Porirua district plan, I don't think the engraving of rock, believe falls within the definition of a sign.
Yes, I was going to ask you about that. So what does this engraving say or do? Is it, just to clarify that?
It's wording which I don't
It's wording, right? Yeah.
know, which goes above all temples. We can get that wording to you, but it's used above the entrance to all temples.
And are you, because I looked up the definition of sign, which is drawn from the National Planning Standards, which I haven't got in front of me right now, but I was interested in why you didn't think it was a sign, because it's wording, and if it's engraved, does that matter that it's engraved?
Yes, there's
It is
something about there. If you just bear with me, I'll bring up.
Right, I'm doing the same
slides.
thing. Means any device, character, graphic, or electronic display, temporary or permanent. And it talks about providing information about it, any activity, etc. So it's not carving into stone a device.
Sorry, and then I look at B and is projected onto, so it's not projected onto,
But it's pretty fixed.
or fixed or attached to. I had read you're fixing it to it
Right.
rather than engraving it into it. I suggest it's a little bit pedantic
Yeah.
in a way. And if you think consent's needed for the signage, I don't.
No.
Hopefully
if
your
sign-
decision won't
yeah,
rely
exactly.
on that.
So
Yeah.
I think to everyday people, if they saw that, they would think of that as a sign. Not fixed, but it's engraved into it.
Engraved,
Just like engraving into wood or something like that. Just still represent a sign.
But that wood may have then been affixed to the building.
Yeah.
Whatever this is the actual facade
Of the building,
of the building.
which
so
is
not,
fixed to the building.
well, yeah. Well,
Facades
hopefully it will
fixed
be,
to the
sir.
building in a big way.
In a big
Not
way. Yeah.
A little way. It's a minor matter. Okay. So thank you for your clarification around the consents required. I think some of the issues really boils down to one or two sort of policies of the plan in terms of for our consideration. And these are the primarily the zone objectives and policies. And the plan is recent, as you know, and so it's using the terminology, the NPS, UD and things like that, and talking about planned urban built environment. So we are looking at a proposal, and I'm just being devil's advocate, no pun intended there, but devil's advocate in terms of if planned urban environment is the height limits for the MRZ, and we're looking at towers well beyond the height limit, is that not outside the planned built environment for the zone?
On a site, how would you describe this? Yes, but there's always, well, within many urban zones around New Zealand, you have buildings that do not form part, well, exceed certain development controls, and churches are a common element of that. Now, do you provide specifically zonings for, let's say, social infrastructure that may not provide or sit comfortably within the development controls of an urban zone? Or do you accept within urban environments that you are going to have situations where the development standards are not complied with, and therefore that's why we have the resource consenting process to work out whether it's effective or not? So through the Auckland Unitary Plan, we did investigate for various social infrastructure providers whether a specific zoning, which essentially provided for churches, would would have added any benefit or would have it added a further degree of complication. And as you know, the Auckland Unitary Plan really focused down on trying to minimise the number of zonings. And at the end of the day, we couldn't actually see, as a planner, I couldn't actually see any benefits in the end for having a specific zoning to allow for churches, because it didn't really take the issues away that needed to be assessed. So what were going to be the effects on the surrounding urban area? So it sort of made no difference. It just gave it a different zoning.
I think it boils down to that. It's always been a vexed phrase, in my opinion, talking about the planned built environment, what that means, a very literal housemanic kind of, this is the height limit, so that must be your planned environment kind of thing. And how do you assess proposals which exceed that by quite a significant amount as being part of the planned built environment? And I'm just raising the point, which is one we're going to have to tackle. It's quite core to this whole application, really.
But if you look at the existing environment, that's not, doesn't have the characteristics where we are on the fringe of a medium density residential zone. So we're, in some ways, you're trying to retrofit a zoning which mightn't sit comfortably in this area because of the existing environment.
But that is true for how the resource management amendment has been applied to many places, and where is a medium density to generally low density suburban housing now. So
Yeah.
it's not unusual in that respect.
No, but are we getting good planning results from it?
Well, yeah,
Is
the
it-
jury's
is it
out on
different?
that one. In terms of the permitted baseline, I take your point around what you think there's a permitted baseline. And you just, and again, this is a point of consideration, you have literally applied the permitted baseline. I can understand that in terms of what's permitted and doesn't need consent. If this site were to be subdivided as a controlled activity, you would be able to have a lot more units on that site, wouldn't you? And you've said 22, is it right?
I think it may have. I think I initially said 43, but I think it would have been 300 square metres plus 10%, but I think we went back and revisited it.
Yeah.
Which could be that lower figure.
Right.
But I didn't get any scheme plans or anything. I just thought most of that, that site is just about all totally developable. So just assume 300 square metres, but not 3 lots per site, not 3 houses per site.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Any questions while I'm hunting through my notes?
Well, just your para 84, you're talking about building coverage being low at 13% and 50% is permitted. How do you describe the hard stand areas? Do you describe them as open space or?
Yeah, they're not they're not building coverage.
I realise they're not building
in
coverage,
my
but
general terms, it's part of the open space. You're seeing through it.
Yeah, okay. So you're not deeming it to be open space as in, like a not hard surface, if you like.
Yeah, not open spaces in a lovely vegetated reserve.
Yeah, thank you. The other thing I was just curious, just sorry to go back to the conditions, I probably should have asked this before, but I was just curious about the construction sort of stormwater erosion components. And I'm once again looking at your struck out version or track change version. Can you just clarify, you've taken a lot of aspects out in terms of earthworks, sediment control, like condition 3.4, construction management plan. Is that because they're covered under your Greater Wellington consent package? Is there a crossover there or a...
Yes, but also when I think about erosion and sediment control, then it is the control of sediment and debris, so I think that's repeating it.
Yes,
It is-
yeah, that was a definite repeat,
It would cover your erosion and sediment control objectives.
yeah,
Then erosion control is a repeat, sediment control is a repeat.
yes,
Site preparation works are part of your erosion sediment control, so they go on right at the start.
yeah,
During bulk earthworks and after bulk earthworks, bullet points are part of what covers it. You know, this is what happens during your erosion sediment control, and then this is how you're stabilising the site after.
yeah. Okay, yeah, I see that now. And so who would prepare the construction management plan? Is that by a suitably qualified person, or because the consent holder shall submit it, but who's preparing it?
Yeah, my experience, there's normally it's quite often the contractor, but it can be reviewed then by the project engineer.
Right. So it's not, you wouldn't generally put suitably qualified.
You can, but I've never actually had any report we've ever submitted when someone's asked how they actually suitably qualified experience. I guess
Yeah.
by adding that in, then that, yeah, that's a good belts and braces. And then if they get something that's obviously not up to standard, they can then ask the question.
Yeah. Just check. And just a quick, you might have covered this before, I'm not sure. Your paragraph 188, where you're talking about your key changes, and you've recommended that the electrical services plans are referenced and which show the lighting layout rather than the plans showing the lighting levels. I mean, I understand why the lighting layout should be there. I just, what's your reasoning behind that rather than the plans showing lighting levels?
I just thought if I was the monitoring officer and see those lighting level plans, would be hard to monitor, would be hard to review and assess compared to the lighting plan where you've got specific fixtures and what they're to be operated at what sort of lux levels.
Can you just say that again, please? Sorry, I didn't
How would I
quite
say
get
that?
it.
So a lighting plan will say you've got a light pole here with this type of fixture and it's
Yeah.
going to have this amount of lux coming out.
Okay,
And I
so that
apologise
plan
if I'm using
says that as well.
that there.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
and that can monitor, has that pole gone there?
Yep.
Is it that type of fixture? And if there's a problem with the degree of light coming out, you can measure it.
Yes. Okay, so what were the plans showing lighting levels?
They were what the levels were expected at certain points on the facade and whatever, if I understood correctly.
The level of the light beam, or I'm happy if Mr. Limmer can help explain
that,
if that's all right.
I would need to bring up the plan again to see.
I just wanted to make sure that you weren't removing something that could potentially be helpful later on.
We could come back on that point. Would that assist?
Sure. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to make decisions on the hoof. Thank you, that was all I had.
I've just done some maths based on that. If we've got the 1.36 hectares and doing the 10% and the 300
Yep.
and getting to 41 lots, so that seems to that's about. I mean, it matched. Mr. Brown mentioned 45 and that he had sourced that number from somewhere. So it's does sort of around 40 lots seem reasonable as a non-fanciful medium?
Yes, but then I think I reduced it further, thinking if we ended up having to put in roads rather than Joels and whatever,
Okay.
then maybe 22,
Okay.
be somewhere between 22 and 41, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll ask a question, or batting questions around. To me, one of the key policies is Res P8, P8. And again, it this is urban built environment development not meeting permitted activity standards.
So MRZ,
No, REZ, general residential policies.
hold it,
Res P8. Sorry.
that makes sense.
So one element of that is what I referred to before around this compatible with the planned urban built environment of the zone. But the other element is around the height. I lost it myself now. Yeah, the visual dominance of it is mitigated or remedied through design responses to the built developmental landscaping. So you very lightly touch on this in your evidence, but so I was going to explore with you a little bit more for us. How you see this proposal meeting that element of Policy 8?
So if we start off with clause 1, so the term compatible is different from the term consistent. So if we were having to be consistent with the planned urban built environment or the existing urban built environment, that may be a more difficult test to pass. But compatible is, does it sit comfortably in this environment? So is it compatible with the existing environment? So in some ways, the location of the site helps, because that location means that we're not having adverse effects arising on immediately adjoining residential properties or whatever. If we were using a much smaller site, so really cramming it in, again, you may say that it's not compatible with the density of development in that wider area, including the school. And then the design is difficult, or is more difficult, but is a design that could be expected in a standard urban environment in New Zealand, in a residential. Now it's different, but it's not of such a form or such a colour, or it's not of a form or a colour that is not compatible with what we could expect in an urban environment in New Zealand. For example, if this was a Buddhist temple, and I've worked on a few of them, their colour schemes are somewhat more different. There could be an argument that their colour schemes aren't exactly compatible with that urban environment there. But with the form, the colour, the rock, the granite exterior, we're just talking about the temple here, I don't think that is. I think that's compatible with the planned urban environment. The accessory building, probably more so.
Is it compatible? Sorry to interrupt. Is it compatible because it's of a church-like form? Is that what your point is?
Yes, a form that could be expected, and also a colour that could be expected within an urban environment. Like you have white houses or cream houses or such like. And it's it's generally it's only a couple of colours rather than being a multicoloured rainbow as such.
The examples you've given of other churches or religious buildings, none of them are of the scale that you would see in suburban New Zealand these days. If you went around, say, Porirua City, you wouldn't necessarily find, I'm just trying off the top of my head to find another church of the similar scale and height of spire and things like that. But is the point you're making is that the form is not unexpected, but the scale necessarily is?
So going back to your earlier point, I'll get round to answering this. I don't know Porirua back in my hands, but my experience is with things like, again, going back to Buddhist temples, they are large structures, but they don't have the large spire component to it. Again, we have other very large church structures for people like the Victory Trip or Equippers or whatever, which are more the very large buildings, but more in the warehouse type style.
Office, yeah.
But again, no spires. Traditionally in New Zealand, we've had large spires in particularly in the centre of cities. But I can't think of a recent spire apart from the Latter-day Saint temple that's gone up in Auckland. So is that compatible? It's not consistent with what we see in Okowai, but is it compatible with it? And again, it goes back, in this case, it is because of the location of the site, predominantly the location of the site, because it's not causing an immediately adverse effect on any adjoining neighbours or such like.
Thank you. I think that's all we have for you, Mr. Hay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm just thinking, Mr. Dutoit did have a sort of a slightly modified or updated version of the conditions. You said you had?
Sorry, Commissioner, yes, I have. But there seems to be a couple of amendments already to that. So I'm wondering whether or not it might be productive to get a final set together by Wednesday, if that's okay with everybody.
Okay. Yep. I think that's fine. Yep. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. But on the record, I did agree with most of Mr. Hayes' proposed amendments. There's one or two that I might have agreed to, but in general, most of them have been accepted.
Right. And we'll hear about that in detail on Wednesday.
You shall.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't think we have any more further questions, Mr. Slyfield, for your team.
Thank you. That concludes the initial presentation for the applicant, and
Thank you.
we may
Thank
see
you,
you again
everybody.
in reply.
Yeah. Okay, with that, I'll adjourn the hearing until tomorrow morning, and we start again at 9:30 with submitters. I think we're still awaiting confirmation for some submitters at the end of the day, are we? Maybe, yes, maybe. But we would definitely will need most of Wednesday as well. So, thank you, everybody. The hearing's adjourned for the day.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.